Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. How is it coming along? We're just wrapping up the bracket here, but this is going to be the Wrath of the Gods qualifier number 2. Now, this is a $15,000 tournament series, but the qualifier today is for $1,000. There will be 48 players in total. So I'm just wrapping that stuff up. Give me a second, and then our manager, Fofuksaki, will be taking care of pretty much everything from here. I'm just making sure that everything's in place for the start of the event. And then all we gotta do is pick a match and head right into the games. So I just click Start Tournament. And that means that if you're a content creator watching this and you want to get in on the action as well to cast, then you can do so starting now. Please reach out to Fofuksaki. Do not reach out to me, as I will simply not be replying as I'm casting myself. So yeah, 48 people in the bracket, including Magic, Kvav, Grassengroom, Matrius, Chemo, Soup, FM, Tunison, Ulysses, AC the Great, Matador, Garnav, Fox, Eric, BR, Divine, ATP, Somero, Nyan, Kenzie, Hellstravage, B, Kiluminati, Nora, Zastosi, Zakolo, Loki, Gabu, All Apes, and so on and so forth. Pretty good lineup today, guys. I'm really happy to see all of you in there. So let me just message our admin. Oh, so there are a good amount of no-shows, unfortunately. We thought we would we would get 64 players today and actually have a full bracket, but didn't happen. Now 48 is what we have, and that's actually the limit for the number of tournament points that we promoted, right? So fortunately, didn't have to edit that. Everybody will get the same amount of points as they would have with a full bracket. So that's, I think, a relief. But 48 is a rather low number. So please, guys, make sure to check in next time if you were late today. Something to keep in mind, right? Now, what I want to be doing next up is pick a good little first round and then spectate whatever follows. I think I want to be locking into something I didn't do last time. Let's say, why don't we catch Chemo's games? That should be fun. Or Matrius. John Arbiter, Forever Till Dawn. I would try to catch those guys, okay? So I'll inform our admin. Alright, so that is the one we will do. Let me see if they are already in a game. We are searching. The guys are supposedly sorting out all the things. There's a whole draft process to this. So basically you decide what gods are going to be available. in your match via a draft process. The stuff you pick, your opponent cannot pick. There's also a ban in there, so I'm just trying to find out whether they can post their links. I'm gonna message the players, okay, and then we'll see if I can set up a scoreboard as well. It's very hectic at the beginning of the tournament because I'm like almost an admin, but not really in practice. So we're figuring it out, okay? But basically, they should be here. And I'm going to ask them for their links. So John Arbiter and Forever Till Dawn, also known as Punkstar to the old school community. Also really great to see all of you in the chat on Twitch. We got the combined chat thing going on. And I need to make sure that we are live on YouTube as well. I think we are. I see already comments on the MetaPlace YouTube. It's just my personal one I didn't open. Let's take care of that. Because last time I accidentally didn't press the start button. And I don't want to make that mistake again. But I'm pretty sure this time it's just live. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we're good, we're good. I already see Gabriel asking for the bracket there. Use the bot. You're doing well. Fantastic. So, yeah, let's get Forever Dawn and John Arbiter's links. And then we'll try to put it on display for you guys. Good to see it shines when IPK as well. But I still don't know what shines when you PK, so... Waiting for the info, gamers. Waiting for the info. Everyone's just kind of waking up, especially the Americans. So, no worries if it takes a moment. I hope they're not already in-game. If they are, we just jump in. It's no worries, actually. Certainly great to see all of you hanging out, though. Alright, so we need to filter by whether the game is started or not. And then hopefully I can find them. I seriously doubt they'd be in a match already for 10 minutes. As we literally just announced that they're playing. So it's gotta be like under 5 minutes into the game, and I actually don't see them. Lots of ranked games showing up in my rosterino. So in the meantime, while we wait for information from the players, we can talk a little bit about the tournament. Let me get that for you guys. John Arbiter is streaming, then I'll stop by in his chat and make sure that he's aware of everything. We can stop by there for sure. Oh, he's literally not at his desk. Oh, good. I'll drop a message in his chat as well, though. All right, fantastic. I'm sure we'll be just fine here. Both guys are always playing properly, so should be no issue at all. Then we can take part in the whole drafting. Oh, guess what I forgot? Pinging my own Discord server. That's genius right there. Let's sort it out while we're waiting. And then I'll tell you guys about the tournament a little bit. Long wait for sure today. Okay, sent that out as well. Very good. We still don't have any information anyways, so... yeah, let's go through the whole event structure. Let's do it. So, we've basically got $15,000 for the entire thing, right? And this will be taking place in 4 separate events. We've got 3 qualifiers where you'll be getting points essentially for your participation. And depending on whether you win games, you'll be gaining more points. So advance to the next round, you get points. Get eliminated in the first round, you get no points. More wins, more points. That's how simple it is. Each of the initial qualifiers will be $1,000 each in total prize pools, and then the main event will be $12,000. Now, out of all this money, a lot of it is coming actually from Microsoft, a total of, I believe, $13,000, that's right, is coming from Microsoft. And then Boyd and myself are contributing $1,250. With part of mine, $1,000 of my contribution going towards the nice production assets that you're seeing made by Wolf Studios. So shout out to them. They've knocked it out of the park, honestly. With the map intros in particular, you'll see. You'll see. Iron Maiden is contributing $500 as well to this event, and Yodesla is helping us with the casting, while Fofuksaki, Ovadi, as well as Legend were helping so far with the event management. Making sure that everybody knows the rules, making sure that all the scores are reported. Now, if there's a larger bracket than you know we were used to in the past, we are providing extra points for that. But I think the 48 to 64 range should be met every time, which means the tournament prize, the league points avoided per bracket should be double the base level, which is 10,000 points, essentially 10 times the prize money. And if the player count is high, then we double that. So 20k points get distributed equally, or proportionately rather. So we have a little calculator on the website. You can head to MetaPlace, punch in that there are 48 players with 20,000 points on the line, and then you get your little calculation here about how that's distributed. It's also noted, however, in our bracket itself. The winner today will be taking home $500 in this qualifier, the second place $250, third place $150, and fourth place $100. I still do not have my draft information, however, so that's a little bit unfortunate. I'm trying to find out what's going on in the background here. Are they already playing? Because, yeah, ideally they'd show me their draft, just so we can talk about it. But I don't see them playing. Kuvov is very helpful. Thank you, Kuvov. I appreciate you a lot. Yeah, it's going slowly, isn't it? No worries. We'll get Chemo after this. The winner plays against Chemo. So I think that is actually some pretty good stuff. And by the way, I've got myself set up with the whole stream together between MetaPlace and my personal channel. So the viewership is combined. The chat is combined. So it's all maxed out. He's only reading the rules now? Oh no. Oh no, that's that might be a lateness penalty, honestly. But we'll be lenient, right? We'll see how that goes. We will see how this goes. Well, what other matches are going on actually? There's Killuminati versus Garb going up against Eric after the fact. Should refresh this because the other streams should also be showing up here momentarily once Boyd is getting started with Zastosi versus Joey Bats. The winner of which is going to play against El Matador, so that's nice. I suppose Hell's Ravage versus Dark Wolf and then the winner against Somero should be quite interesting as well. It wouldn't be terrible to swap to that, but I really want to see Chemo today. Good to see you, Wolf Seiya, in the chat. Welcome. Boyd and Iron Maiden both wanted to cast Joey Bats, so poor Iron Maiden is now having to pick separately. By the way, speaking of Iron Maiden, let's give him a shout out. Tomorrow I'll be hanging with him to co-cast. That's gonna be fun. So please follow him, and we'll drag him into this whole stream together setup. So we'll have combined viewership, combined chat, combined. We'll move in with each other basically, as I did with Boyd in the last one. So that was pretty hot. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll be posting videos throughout this upcoming week. I just haven't had a chance to edit everything yet. Being quite busy. So what's going on here? Oh! We got the drafts 2 minutes ago, and I'm just looking at it and not realizing what's going on. So let's see about those gods. We are the spectator here. And you also got the map draft link, so let's add that also. There we go. There we go. So the map draft should happen first, of course, which is already done. Punky? But Punky has banned Ghost Lake, and John Arbiter has banned Kalaugar. I'm in the pool. Poor Punky. Damn, dude. We've got Elysium, Marsh, and Midgard. For John Arbiter, we've got Blue Lagoon, Giza, and Land Unknown. And the pick for the first match is going to be Mount Olympus. So that should be getting hosted momentarily. And then the guys will be doing their God pick and ban set, which is just now beginning. So I will have the chance to follow that along, right? If I can find my draft controls, which I've put somewhere, I'm sure. But where is the dare? Okay, I found it. I'm a genius. Cool. So we know that map 1 was Mount Olympus. And here come the gods momentarily. I think this is the best way to do it, guys. Just show you directly this whole drafting process as the players see it. And then I build the interface in the background while they do it. Okay, the bans are starting. 30-minute countdown. Getting rid of the Gaia there. is John Arbiter. And then for Punk Star, it's gonna be Ra, of course. Ra being just super oppressive, but so is Gaia, so getting rid of the two oppressors. And John Arbiter will be definitely a little sad seeing this unfold like it is. Because Ra is his main. That's unfortunate, to say the least. Alright, we've got a Loki pick. And Punk is securing his set, which is essentially Ra, but a little different. Also the Hades pick. Just super solid, go for late game. Booty with archers and hoplites. Got a Poseidon and a 4. Both kind of the upper level power picks for sure, I would say. Isis and Zeus are also among those, I would say. Coming up next should be Kronos, but I'm not sure how familiar John Arbiter is with Atlantean play. So we've got a whole lot of the original Freyr. Okay. I was just saying original gods and then he picks Freyr. Well, that's not original no more. This is new stuff. Okay, and then the god picker itself should be coming up from the players. We'll find out momentarily. Is Gaia the most solid one among the Atlantean gods? Well, certainly one of them. I would say Uranus is a little bit on the back foot, but Kronos and Gaia are both right there at the top. So Gaia, for just simplicity reasons, right? You get your Caladria, which gets to control the early game through the mass healing as well as the burst healing itself. So you just make several and essentially make sure that your guys don't die. Right, and then you get your economic tax and age early, which will be catapulting your economy forward in very, very simple terms. Just more income than the others, basically, for very cheap costs as well. But then you've got oh, and then, of course, you go Heroic Age, you get some free Dryads immediately. And they're very affordable as well, because you've got Gaia Forests, which are gathered from faster, which then snowballs further with your early economic upgrades. You get the picture. So you basically get these free Myth unit tanks up front. But then you've got the Heroic Age transition on top of that, where you actually get your final upgrades early. And you get the Poseidon's Secret upgrade with Theia. Your Quintarius will become ultra cheap and more powerful as well through the tech, and then you get Lance of Stone to further exasperate that. It's nuts. It's nuts. Cheap, fast, strong Quintarius with a superior economy. You just pump. Okay, now Uranus can do this, but just doesn't have the economy behind it as Gaia does. Nor does he have the mass regeneration on the Lush and the speed buffs. Kronos, on the other hand, is a bit of a pressure powerhouse. You got your deconstruction, which is excellent on fortresses in particular. You can also deny the temple, force the early villagers to rebuild. You can time shift your forward temple, your first temple, and you get a double Myth unit out of that. Then you can bully the enemy base a tiny little bit before you head back home to safety. So that just really puts you ahead. Every time you lose Myth units, you get back some economy as well. So I think that adds up quite nicely. And overall, the Heroic Age through Hyperion with regenerating heroes, and the Prometheus economy with the Theft of Fire heroes is just all fantastic. So yeah, that's gonna be my monologue for that one. The game is now being hosted finally, half an hour into the tournament. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll be here for a while. I picked an unfortunate match, but now we're sticking with it. Wolfseya is like, too much information, sir. I'm sorry, I have to fill the time with something. As I still don't have the actual god picks from the players, thus I can't really do much of anything. I am messing with you, it's fine. Okay. Switching over here. Have we got the thing? Wait. What's going on here? Why is it showing that? Am I? I'm on Boyd's one. Rookie mistake. Uh, yeah, that happened. I fixed it. The score is 0-0, of course. This is good. OG Rhinos had a speed bonus for all human units. Nerfed to only infantry. It's not even an Rhinos bonus, it's his special technology. Empyrean something something. Whatever it's called now. Have these boys started by chance? The game has disappeared from the lobbies, so I think they've started, and I don't know the god picks. We still waiting. I think they just didn't send me the god picks, but it's fine. Yes, some bonuses became tax. Exactly. So that's rough to be Oranos, but at the same time, you got infinite, relatively cheap shockwaves. So, you know, you get to win those fights early on several times. I think that's a pretty good little thing to have. And perhaps even more importantly, the whole Sky Passage shenanigans was made much more available. So I think that's really useful. And people can just go out and hunt and then get back when they're too much under too much pressure, not costing too many resources even. And then as you make additional Sky Passages, you get to put on pressure yourself. Basically connecting opposite sides of the map and then forcing the other guy to zoom around the place. I still do not have a lobby. Oh, dude. Just can't find the game. Looking at the rules. I'm falling asleep too. I'm falling asleep. Help. He had Poseidon picked. Well, it's probably just his last game. They have to do like a whole god picking view. It's just like the draft view that I showed you, but it's just for a single god. Are Magic and Mista playing? Magic is playing today. That's right. So do look forward to that. I know I am. Still no lobby. Okay, that's getting silly. We waited 34 minutes. Alright, I messaged the players that we really need to get going now. No more excuses. We're on it. Okay, I think they're doing the drafts finally for the gods. So that's good. Oh, we've got a link. Thank you. Thank you. That should be the god pick. So we're gonna have a Poseidon versus Zeus. At least we know. At least we know. Excellent. And their lobby should be up momentarily as well. And then we can go and watch them. We will get there eventually, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready? We know it's a Poseidon versus Zeus now. That's a step forward. Yes, they already have the lobby up. I've checked their stream to see what's going on. And I can now click in to spectate. 1 minute 26. Very good. So spectator delay is already gone. And I can send you now to Mount Olympus. See you there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Wrath of the Gods, a $15,000 tournament series sponsored by Microsoft, Boyd, as well as myself and Iron Maiden. So this is going to be absolutely sick. Today's event in particular is the second qualifier, excuse me, of this series. There's total 3 qualifiers, and this event today in particular is $1,000 off that 15k total. In the blue color, we've got the one and only, you know him, you love him, this is John Arbiter, playing as Poseidon, and on the other side, his opponent in the red, playing as the mighty Zeus. This is Forever Till Dawn. You probably already know him as Punkstar, but he recently changed his name. Fellow caster, content creator, boy. Both of these are. And in fact, if you want to see the point of view streams, that's also a thing. Because currently I know John Arbiter is streaming. Not sure about Punkstar, I haven't seen it. We'll see. Off the bat, one of the things that's different about these two gods is that Poseidon doesn't need to gather wood. But John Arbiter still placed the storehouse very neatly between the trees and the gold mines. Now, why don't you need wood? Because you've got the lure. The lure acts as a drop-off. It is your granary at home, but it also attracts animals and spawns in some turkeys, which are actually chickens. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, you get a super early advance because of all this. even saving time building that thing, or not building it rather, as well as the wood gatherer. You can see Zeus is just so much slower with this. Hermes is already coming up for John Arbiter. The hero is coming out of the town center, as you can make that now in Retold during the Age Advance. That's a Greek specialty. And I want to talk a little bit about Mount Olympus. There's this whole Temple of the Gods thing in the middle, which is super cool. Can't really do anything with it. I mean, you could destroy it, I guess. You won't be spawning militia. It's Zeus, so all good. No relics in the middle near the temple. Nothing to capture. It's just decoration. There's these little funnels, however, on the edge of the map that you can take for relics by the shrines. We've got Hestia's Heart, for example, for villager training time reduction, which is fantastic to boom your economy, even on one town center. We've got Skills of a Katoble Pass as well. That's going to give Myth units a bit more pierce resistance. We've got the... Oi! What was that? Bolt on the first hero, wasn't it? Yep, that's right. So, looks like Forever Till Dawn is for now defending just fine. We've got the Eye of Onlu for Hippos Pissed attacks. We've got the Titan's Treasure for age up discounts, as well as includes the Titan Gate age. We've got a Chiron's Obol as well for returning some resources when you lose villagers, which is fantastic. Basically, half their cost is returned. We've got the Ankh of Ra for free favor over time. Okay, that centaur took a beating already. Another hit goes through. That's painful. And now our Poseidon player is having to essentially fight 120 resources down. That's rough, losing the first hero like that. But at least it wasn't Atalanta, which would be much more expensive at like 270 real cost if you account for favor as 10 resources apiece. Ooh, that centaur is of 33 health and there's no way to heal it. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. But it's gonna be a cavalry transition. I also like this little wall that we've got. And by the way, just to respond to chat questions real quick, will I be casting Divine ATP? It's not necessarily on my list right now, but after the fact, as the live games are out, I'll be happy to look into some additional casts. Yes, but after this, the winner will be playing against Chemo, so that's the next one we'll be covering. And then there's a round 3, of course. We'll see what comes up there. But after the planned series, yes, I'll be covering some additionals, especially from round 3, which is best of 5s. This one is the best of 3, by the way. I forgot to add that. Alright, here's the Cav. And Theseus is back once more. There's no Atalanta, which is a little bit unfortunate. But hey, Forever Till Dawn is doing a great job saving those villagers, getting them away from the cavalry, and continue to pray. And I think that's a wall off, right? With the trees having a gap, it's a little uncertain if that's actually a wall off, but it's probably close. We've got hoplites versus cavalry, and you have to remember Poseidon's cav is faster, and you can get Lord of Horses to get them to regenerate at 0.5 per second. So these can definitely be an absolute pain. It also affects the scout, by the way. That will be regenerating to keep tabs on people. But yeah, hoplites in the direct fight will be winning rather hard, so you gotta be really careful with this one. Atalanta is out taking a bit of a beating. There's no way to heal your heroes as Poseidon, unless you get a relic for it. Plenty of ways to heal your cavalry, though. You can also go up Dionysus for the heroic age and get Thracian horses as an upgrade, which will be getting them to lifesteal a little bit, so makes them a lot more potent in fights. Right, we've got a bit of movement. Our Poseidon player is moving to the berry bushes. John Arbiter thinking that there's no point in going out there for the hunt, as it's a little bit too risky if the villagers get caught. There's now 3 centaurs, so I totally understand. Just stay safe, stay home. It may be lower gather rates from the berries as what you would get from the hunt, but you know, the villagers don't have to move. The new villagers created from the town center don't have to walk a long time, so that equalizes the situation a little bit, if not fully. Certainly not fully, but you know, it's something. And also, I'm a little bit congested today, guys. I'm really sorry if I make nasal sounds or just sound bad. It is what it is. Hopefully tomorrow is better. Theseus gets caught again. That's unfortunate. Punkstar or Forever Till Dawn. I don't think he's lost any units thus far. It's a pretty big deal. Also, shout out to Wolf Studios for all the production assets. I do think the new framing looks very nice. Could even say that's hot. Ooh, Centaurs putting down hurt. One of the Hippicons is dead. Losing no villager once more. As this one survives at just 5 hit points. Oh my god. Ooh, the Atalanta is coming in, however. And the Centaurs, well, they are not gonna take kindly to that. Trying to snipe her the best they can, but she's too fast. She will be escaping from this. Finally, the villager pickoff has happened, and John Arbiter is putting on some damage. Now ahead by 4 villagers already. How did that happen? I think Punkstar is making too many hoplites. They cost a little bit more food than they do, than Hippicons do, right? So it's a little harder for Punkstar to maintain his production, especially with fewer people on food. He doesn't quite have enough. Okay, now he has 10. That's good. But you can see there's even more coming in for John Arbiter, as he also wants to make sure that production is constant on both his military and his villagers. Right now, he will need some kind of way to deal with those hoplites, as there's not too many archers here. I'm seeing just the 2 Toxotes. The wall will buy some time. Potentially the houses will buy some time with the militia that will be popping out from there. We'll see how that goes. But this is certainly a terrifying push. And there's no heroic age behind this. The tower research is coming through, which has been made cheaper and retold, but also towers are kind of terrible, as moving units just don't get hit whatsoever. The initial tracking is rather rubbish on those. So it does help, yes, but only if you can hit the slowest or standstill targets. Centaur is being picked off immediately. So hoplites have nothing to contest them. Medium infantry is coming in, which will be a huge boon to this group. But there's a little bit of a counter raid back home. And the Hippicons are putting in some really good damage there. The villagers are getting cut down left and right, but the town center fire plus the kitchen knives are more than powerful enough to hold. I was talking about the militia, but when you have this many centaurs, they basically get one shot. It's nasty. Well, if you account for the melee damage too from the hoplites. Still doesn't look like Forever Till Dawn wants to take this on quite so directly. And essentially the situation you get from that is that he's just using his special attacks on the centaurs to get that volley and do as much free damage as possible, as there's absolutely no cost to that but time. Now that can cause an opportunity issue, however. So these villagers are now out here with John Arbiter. He's got a Pegasus for himself to make sure it's safe first, of course. But yeah, what that means is suddenly Forever Till Dawn doesn't know. He needs to get a Pegasus himself to get information on the map. And with Hermes, you got this wing messenger tech that makes the nice pickoff, that makes the Pegasus free. So you should be going for that for sure. That's a lot of freaking centaurs, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a count. 8 centaurs, my goodness. There's only 2 heroes to deal with them. A million cavalry, of course, but with all these hoplites around, I don't think they'll be having a great time. Oh, the hoplites might get caught here. There's enough Toxotes as well to actually put on some damage, and the heroes end up in the middle of the centaurs. The centaurs are shooting the heroes, not the cavalry, and 2 of them are already dead. We've got a really nice volley, but the heroes just keep slaughtering these centaurs. Now the last one, Theseus, will not be getting it, but too many hoplites have died for Forever Till Dawn, and he's invoking ceasefire. 5 minutes peace, he says, but it's only 30 seconds, so he's not getting it. Meanwhile, these cavalry units will be healing up partially, and maybe John Arbiter will get a chance to hit back. The town center grab is happening at the same time. Excuse me for the pause there. Very congested, as I said. Okay, we've got stables coming up for John Arbiter as well. Even more military academies and archery ranges. We've got more centaurs. Spirited charges won't trigger. What's up with that? Oh, there's nobody praying for John Arbiter. Oh no. He's lacking like 3 favor. 4 favor. That's so sad. He's not getting any of the relics so far either, so even the 3 favor relic can't help him. I don't think he's even checked them, to be honest. Let's check that. Let's see what they see. Yeah, John Arbiter just doesn't... Oh, sorry. Forever Till Dawn doesn't know about most of the relics. Nice use once again off the volley, but if the cav just regenerates, it doesn't matter much. John Arbiter has not found any of the relics. It would certainly be worth putting this Pegasus on a patrol path, or rather the auto-scouting feature that Retold has now added. That would be, I think, quite productive here. Atalanta has come back. And you'll certainly be needing her in order to deal with all these centaurs. There's still a lot of them. The 2 town center behind this for Forever Till Dawn is helping him with catching up against that villager deficit. Whereas John Arbiter just doesn't want to do that. So I wonder, is he just going to go heroic here? He's starting to stockpile a little bit of food. The farm transition is underway. Really not bothering with the hunt. As I said earlier, it's too risky to expose yourself like that. But this army is looking huge, ladies and gentlemen. I think a push on the town center is not entirely unrealistic, especially if Atalanta can distract. Imagine catching all these archers with the cav, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. There's plenty of Toxotes though, and Atalanta does get in the back of the centaurs, taking several of them out of the equation right away just with their firepower, as they'll be shooting her, being the closest unit. But the Hippicals are getting wrecked by the hoplites. Oh my goodness. The Toxotes aren't quite focus fired on the hoplites. They were shooting centaurs, they were shooting heroes, and that's not ideal. So now John Arbiter has lost the majority of his army. We're looking at equal armies, by the way. And there's some more triple kill. More losses for John Arbiter. This is not great, as right now the civilian advantage is fleeting. It's not gonna last very long anymore, and the income of our Red Zeus player will be getting ahead. He's also making sure to gather more and more favor, so all this extra wood is being spent very nicely. In fact, the spending of Forever Till Dawn is quite admirable so far. This gold location is no longer possible to hold. Can put up another wall, yes, but will that be doing the job? Probably not. Forever Till Dawn is really not eager to engage. The farm transition is underway here very nicely also, as the goats have run out. Several gold mines are secured, so at the same time, as long as there's walling, should be no problem to deal with any sneaky cavalry. Whole location here has been evacuated. We've got copper shields coming in, as well as Dionysus now for John Arbiter. So that's very, very nice to see. He will be needing that very, very badly. A fight with bronze could completely turn this around. But, you know, Forever Till Dawn is kind of getting to the similar sort of positions, with villager advantage now in play. As long as he can make some more farms. I think he has a little bit too much wood. So if he can get some more farms instead, then he'll have a timely heroic as well. But has to be really careful with that bronze, as if the cavalry and Toxotes are all fighting with bronze, I think they could actually just win. There'll also be a Hydra. Okay, there's not going to be a bronze to counter it, but rather Forever Till Dawn is going up Apollo. There will be an underworld, which could be used on this straight town center, or the gold mine to catch some of the villagers. But with how how quickly people react. I don't think you can just teleport on top of a gold mine. Not in a clean way. That's just not a thing. Good catch on the cav, so they'll not be bothering anyone here. A little bit of villager movement, but not much else. I think Forever Till Dawn might as well just be able to go to the Mythic Age directly after advancing and get an early Lightning Storm in. That would be a really good play. Especially if he catches a gold mine location. You guys have seen what Lightning Storm could do. It will get both the army and the villagers. And bronze, well, it does not help. So, the lightning bolts do divine damage. They don't give a damn about your armor. Which is rather unfortunate, because you can't really protect against it other than with garrisons. Well, it is what it is. Got the Manticore out. And once there's several of those, they can really evaporate some archers. And there goes the underworld right on top of supposedly the villagers, but that's not gonna work with ceasefire being available. So essentially, John Arbiter is doing what he can to buy time for this cav to regenerate a little bit. He will have several upgrades done as well, including Thracian horses, as well as heavy archers, which are a huge boon to this army. He will have Hippolyta out, and he's running behind this wall. Hell, he could have potentially made a fortress, but he doesn't quite have the gold right now. So maybe not. Is this his only gold mine? Yeah, he's not gathering from the one back here. And also, meanwhile, Forever Till Dawn has just gotten the third town center, which most certainly can't be afforded by John Arbiter. He's just left. Forever Till Dawn is just gone. He doesn't want to fight against bronze. Understandably so. Yeah, he's not going to bother with this. He's up at town center. He doesn't need to worry right now. Although the villager count is similar. The problem with that is, yeah, you might have the extra town center, right? But if your army is big, which it is, then you'll be blocking access to making villagers. If you're full pop, you can't make any. So you can be behind in town centers and an army, but actually pump out a bigger economy and thus putting you ahead. It's ridiculous, I know, but that's how it works. It's really a balancing act, ladies and gentlemen. We've got bronze coming in, however, and these centaurs are completely caught off guard. They're having to run around. The fortress is trying to come up here, but the Toxotes could be ravaging those villagers. The Hydra is going to town already at 2 heads, which gives it 60 hack attack and quite a bit of crush as well, although it doesn't matter. For the army, Jason is gonna take it out. And we've got the Toxotes on Toxotes action. The blue army absolutely getting rid of the red one. And Forever Till Dawn is in a world of trouble, but he has 3 town centers, right? So rebuilding the villagers should be no huge issue. Future units can be just garrisoned into the buildings. As that happens, we don't have any Peltas as far as I can see, but he's getting started on that now. And with some extra hoplites as well, and just remaxing from here should be more or less fine. Now, there's a little bit too much food in the bank, right? So making a market somewhere wouldn't be the worst. Let me see. There is a market, so there's a possibility of selling some resources to jump Mythic. But John Arbiter, being maxed, every resource he gathers is going into the bank, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, building a fortress, and after that, he could be going Mythic himself. Get an earthquake on an important location, and push it real hard. Meanwhile, the buildings will be just slowing this army down, as John Arbiter decides to fight them directly. Now, the army is still very tiny here for Forever Till Dawn. He has to be super careful, as the other one essentially doubles his. But at least the villager count is similar, so that's not too bad. Hera is clicked in. As predicted, there were some sold resources for sure. Let me see, actually, can we... Yeah. There's trading going on right now. I like the fortified town center idea and the bronze armor and the stone walls. That will make this a whole lot closer to impenetrable, but you really need a place to hide this army for when lightning storm hits, otherwise things are gonna get ugly. And the mission for Forever Till Dawn is just attack this gold mine, right? There's only so many garrison slots available, and lightning storm is gonna get the villagers, is gonna get the fortress, heavily damage the town center as well, and take out the army, except everyone that garrisons. There's a lot of Peltas, so those Toxotes aren't gonna have a good time anyway. Just a matter of making hoplites. Hephaestus is gonna be the pick from John Arbiter, so he's heading into that late game. But let me tell you, Medusa are really good. So you're probably not going to see any significant number of Colossi at all. And instead it's gonna be all about those armory upgrades and using plenty vaults after plenty vaults. Because once you have a really solid core army with defensive buildings up, and you start adding in Medusa with all their upgrades, my goodness. We've advanced through Apollo as well, so you can get Healing Temple, which will heal 3 people at the same time. So if you got some spots to retreat the Medusa into, and let me tell you, they are fast. They can escape the melee heroes easily enough, except Atalanta. That's a really powerful force right there. Hera is coming in, however, so let's focus on what actually is happening, which is going to be Lightning Storm. The Centaurs have been evaporated, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of cavalry coming up as well. The infantry is doing a good job going off to face the cavalry, but we've got Lightning Storm, and there are already not many units left. John Arbiter is trying to split out of it, but everything is getting wrecked, even villagers. So many Toxotes corpses there, and actually the extra buildings have helped to tank this. So it's not that terrible actually, but he's still down like 50 population, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna be a lot of hoplites. Helipolis have been queued, and the Mythic Age and late Heroic Age upgrades for Forever Till Dawn are all coming in at the same time. It's actually too much stuff for this bar that we've got. Fortified town centers as well, so he's gonna be able to get to that population level, but ceasefire is kind of saving John Arbiter right now for the moment. Quite a lot of cav have been pumped out, so that's looking not so bad. Going after that fortress now with the hoplites. They will be replaced, no problem. Forge of Olympus is coming in eventually, but it's gonna cost like 20 favors, so that will be a hot second. Not enough hoplites here to take down the cavalry though, and the archers get absolutely wrecked. Wow. Maybe Poseidon is in, ladies and gentlemen. I was like, yeah, the Lightning Storm is a problem, but Punkstar, Forever Till Dawn, actually doesn't have enough going on behind this to deal with the cav. That was a really good attack with the cavalry wraparound. And this is 235 population, so they can potentially take the town center, but maybe not with that many hoplites around. I wouldn't recommend this right now. Yeah, just running around, causing havoc, making our Zeus player not attack him is good enough. We've got iron shields, mail, as well as weapons coming in. And further villager kills as well. So this is looking rather good, I think, for our Poseidon player. The heroes have been pumped out as well, so they could be helping out with this attack. Even Polyphemus is here, and he's a bit of a chonker. He can fight against buildings somewhat. A lot of the cavalry is being lost, but more is coming in. And next up, we should be seeing some trade from here, ideally. This is a really good spot for a market, to here. You can see Forever Till Dawn is already doing this. So, you know, certainly nothing is decided just yet, right? But that previous fight was rather good. And Colossus is caught and taken down by a combination of the Medusa and the Larfin. It's really brutal stuff. And you know, with how much wood and favor there is in the bank for Forever Till Dawn, I would love to see a pivot to Mass Medusa, actually. But I think he's got much more immediate concerns. Why are we making Hippaspist? There is 0 infantry coming out of John Arbiter. You shouldn't be doing that. Hoplites, 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 get champion. That's it. But yeah, you gotta make hoplites. These Hippaspists are actually worse than the hoplites for tanking archer fire as well. The hoplites are very health efficient when it comes to their cost and population. So that is what I would love to see more. Oh, the town center is actually getting sieged down by the Helipolis. The villagers have not been pulled to take down the siege weapons, and this is now going down. Bit of a decent counterattack. Polyphemus also getting caught here by a handful of units, and the town center fire will be taking him down eventually if he doesn't leave. Either way, he'll be super low health. Cav is looking for another hit. Not sure it's gonna be happening. Why are we making Prodromos? There's no Cav. I'm so confused. Okay, in the original game, Prodromos used to do bonus damage against siege weapons. That's no longer the case. They are literally just anti-cavalry. Now granted, there are more units tagged as cavalry than before. Even chariot archers and stuff like that. It doesn't make any sense to make them against hoplite archer based composition. Just like the Hippaspist don't make sense against Hippeus and Toxotes. Miskick probably. I agree. I agree. It's not many, so it must be. Looks like John Arbiter is just dominating. He's staying at full pop, picking off these units one by one. And he just has a worse economy. Sorry, just had a better economy than Forever Till Dawn. So he's able to keep up this punt forever, pretty much. As the caravans and the villager retraining takes up all the food economy of Forever Till Dawn. And he gets raided on the farms constantly, pulling these villagers off work. And that's a huge issue. He won't be able to remax, and a full army is now coming in to take him out. It's really scary. We also have Hetyros, and as there's more and more fortresses added, these guys will be doing tremendous work. You can already see them getting a really good amount of splash damage there, but the game is over as John Arbiter has gotten it done. Very nice. He wins all the categories except most resources. Pretty good game one today. But I think ultimately what tells the story is not this bar with the all resources collected, but rather the kill death. I think that was rather good, right? Where is the statistics? Kill death. 292 versus 177 kills. That's insane. That's why he won. Okay, I'm waiting for some more information from these guys. Let's see if there's anything. Hopefully they'll post their next draft. Otherwise, we just have to find out the hard way. I hope you guys are having fun. Make sure to also check out the other channels that are covering today. That's Boyd, that's Iron Maiden, that's Yodesla, and there's additionals as well. And by the way, the winner of this that we're casting right now is going to go up against Kimo. And the winner of that is going to go up against the winner of Garnath and Nora. So we're getting this sorted out. There were a bunch of updates already. So Kenzie Mafi has defeated Nito and is going up against Nyan Racing Cat right now. We've also had Luki defeat Krusluk. He's gonna fight against Ulysses next up. Any chance I will stream Divine ATP? I can do it after. So I've just said what I'm gonna do, and then after the fact, I can still get the replays from Divine ATP and take a look at him versus B. That sounds like a fun series for sure. So I'm happy to cast that, and the winner of that will be going up against Grass and Groom, which I assume Iron Maiden is gonna cover. But I can cover that match 30 in the bracket if you're looking at that. Oh, the players are not communicating with me. They're communicating somewhere though. See what I can find out. Okay. There's nothing yet. Looks like JA is hosting something. It's gonna be Midgard. Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at his stream. The easiest way to find information, apparently. And we've got the God draft. Got the draft. There we go. We're spectating it now. Very good. Very good. We made it. We made it. And we know about Midgard as well. So that's great. Should mirrors be allowed is one of the questions in the YouTube chat. And I think no. I think no. It's... You get enough of that in the ladder. It's not something that people are excited by. Like, imagine having a mirror match of a pantheon that you don't like. So, if you don't like Egypt and you have to watch the same two gods, like not even any variety between them, I think that's not the best. At least in these tournaments. There should be tournaments that do allow it, but I don't think it should be these super big ones. So, yeah, for smaller tournaments, I don't see why not. But, you know, you do want to maximize the enjoyment of the viewers, I think. Thank you, John Arbiter, for the link, but you can just pop it in the Discord when you go and then ping Punkstar. I'll be seeing that, so. Someone else joined the other one? Yeah, that's why you should... you should use the Discord, not your stream chat for this one. Because anyone can join it. Yeah, thank you very much for taking care of it. Well, someone joined this one too. Unless that's Punk Star. We're about to find out. Okay, we got Loki versus Hades. I hope that's the real Punk Star and not somebody messing with this. That would be very sad. People are gonna start being toxic. We have to develop our own system. Please don't do it. It's so expensive. You confirmed it. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. So we do have our draft, ladies and gentlemen. Should show up any moment. There it is. Midgard, Loki, Hades. And that's all the gods that are left. That's all the gods that are left. So we've got, after this, it's only a best of 3. So, you know, if John Arbiter wins, then it's over. But after this, we do have Thor and Freyr available still for John Arbiter. And Forever Till Dawn still has Isis and Set. So we might get to see those Egypt games. And Midgard should be fun for this matchup. Like, you get quite a lot of food, which is fantastic for Loki. You can make your Herseer and take some really favorable fights, get into a faster heroic age as well. But Greek is fantastic in the heroic age themselves, so there's no issue with that whatsoever. It's all about that flaming weapons and how much damage that can do. Now, Hades doesn't have access to Hermes, however, so there's not going to be a ceasefire available. You can't just shut it down. And you don't have bronze to help directly fight it either. So, really, your defensive positioning has to be critically super good for Hades to effectively fight this. You'll be amazed if JA has a build. Well, here's the thing. It's fairly simple, actually. I'll explain it. So basically on Midgard, you don't have to be as worried about early rushes. Maybe with Hades you do. I mean, we could see some Cyclops shenanigans to gold block and stuff like that. But it's not as scary as it once used to be, because if you have 4 docks up across Midgard to gather from all the fishing spots, those fish are pretty close to the shore. So very good income from those. And you do have the whole situation going on with the market now being available in H2, unlike in the old game. So you can always sell your excess food. Anyways, we are already in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into the map introduction. It's one of my favorites. Welcome to Midgard for our game 2 in the blue color. Going in fast forward so that we can catch up with the actual game. This is John Arbiter playing as Loki. On the other side, our red Hades player. This is Forever Till Dawn. He's on match point. He needs to win. Otherwise, he out. The Zom comes down early on. Already deciding to protect this one main base. Both players, of course, going for the Dockerinos. This map was actually Forever Till Dawn's pick because the losing player does get to pick the next map. A little bit of advantage, a little bit of potential for comeback right there. I think that's really nice stuff. Alright, the fishing ship goes for the distant spot, but spots this one also. This is definitely something you should be taking. But it wasn't the best of fortune when it came to finding the initial area. Usually the corners are pretty rich, but behind the players, I've seen this trend that there's just not as much fish as there could be. It's usually a pretty empty area behind the players, and then as you expand around the edges, you get more and more fish. Hell, these whales are even going out. The orca are even going out of the map. It is what it is. Flat Earth, by the way. Just saying. We should have a relatively quick H2 setup here from John Arbiter. I think he wants to slap down a temple as soon as possible on one dock and just pressure. Maybe during the age up he will be slapping down some extra docks as well, but when you put 10 villagers on hunt, in addition to your fishing... Oh my god, it's a single fishing ship. I just noticed. What's going on? I'm scared. I'm so scared. You know, Forever Till Dawn will still have a pretty reasonable age advance time as well, so I don't think you can put on too much pressure. And it's Hades, so what damage are you hoping to do in this scenario, right? There's a double sentinel at least shooting at you, and if you get too close, then the town center as well. So we got the Forseti advance. There's not going to be an undermine even to take care of the towers. Which also means that our Hades player can upgrade towers to help further defend against any early aggression. With how heavily you're distributing in these scenarios for wood and gold, that's going to be very easy to afford also. And that's a lot of fishing ships, by the way. The second dock is coming now up. Yeah. Really good read by Forever Till Dawn on what's going on in this one. And he's now confirmed it with the scout. I wonder what he's actually seen though. Let's take a look. Okay, so he would have seen that there's not too many fishing ships, only 2. So that's already immediately a tell that there's not enough fishing ships being made, and all you gotta do is hold on to the alive, get your heroes out, defend, and make more docks. The third one is coming in, and there should be a 4th one at some point later down the line, maybe even just here, to really double down and secure this location. Or the other thing you can do is just put it in between because there's already a fishing patch here. So yeah, 4 docks as predicted. You don't really need more. You can make more, but you don't have to. So from here on out, will we see some triremes? I would say don't do it. That's just 3 fishing ships. It's literally not worth it to shut that down. Just get the land army out. It's gonna be fine. Ajax finds the Sistrum of Bast. That's gonna make villagers a little cheaper. Got the Fetters of Fenrir. That will give villagers higher attacks. Got the Canopic Jar of Imseti, which will reduce infantry training time. And the Ship of Fingernails for food trickling. Well, guys, the Norse army will be ahead for the next few moments. But if we're just gonna see an age jump from our Greeks and they get that Hippas pissed, then any infantry-based composition is gonna suffer significantly. But right now, I think you just make hoplites against this and maybe don't take it on directly. That's a little bit too much. Might be able to get a berserk kill there, but it's really not worth it. I don't like Forever Till Dawn moving out here. He's not omniscient like us spectators, so he won't know everything about his current predicament. But hey, there's plenty of production coming in. And he's still stockpiling some resources at least. The fishing economy has been pretty great. So far, it's not resulting in a population advantage in any way. Except for the fishing ships, of course. The villager count here does not take those into account. Something to think about. But as hoplites and toxolis get made, this is gonna equalize rather quickly. So many dwarves. The army is now looking to fight this off. Shouldn't be a problem, especially with restoration available. But you do want to keep that for the next age, because no doubt that Loki will get to heroic, even with a small army. Oh, Penacounters? Let's see if they can shut down the fishing a little bit. John Arbiter does react quickly, and the pierce damage from the dock hurts these guys a lot. There's no defenses nearby, other than the sentinels, which are gonna take care of this. As long as the units stand still, they'll get hit. And the other smaller group is getting bullied. A trireme was made as well. And now you can start seeing the economy having kicked in. Significant population advantage suddenly for Forever Till Dawn. Once again, the harassment plays are coming through. We've got copper shields as well as the dwarven breastplate, which is an interesting choice here. There's not that many. Oh, there's a lot of berserks actually. Okay, so that will help a little bit. We're just getting bullied somewhat, but it's not too bad. And Forever Till Dawn is almost ready to click up to heroic. Smaller army, yes, but under all this cover fire, they'll be more than victorious. So a little bit of idle time is all this army managed to cause so far. Now having shields is going to be nice though, especially for the next age. But with John Arbiter just not having food income, this is going to be a pain point. Over ecoing definitely on gold. You don't need 21 dwarves on this thing. Some of them should be doing something else. It's understandable that you make dwarves here as Loki, even though they're expensive. Spending so much on food units like berserks and heroes that you just have the spare gold, right? It makes sense. Aphrodite is coming in. She's gonna get a curse added into the god power pool. And then that can take care of a lot of the berserks in the next upcoming fight. Also during flaming weapons, not a worst idea, but I do think you want to get the fight early rather than later. Got the healing spring with this town center location. John Arbiter trying to get further ahead. He's looking okay in terms of the population. But meanwhile, these fishing ships have been working, and the heroic age is just not going to be in. We got medium hoplites as well as medium toxotes coming up, as well as the weapon upgrade. And we've got Vaults of Erebus that will provide a gold trickle to our Hades player. Taking out the house is not the worst idea. They're pretty weak. It's quick work. And with the 2 god powers available as well as an Nemean Lion Stun, this should be a really good fight. Oh, the piggies. Piggies are in. That's a lot of freaking piggies. 9 of them. Wow. Okay, that's a significant number of berserks converted. And suddenly the population is not looking so hot anymore. 133 to 118, and the Hippospists are gonna be made. There's no heavy infantry queued up just yet. Can't afford it anyway. And you probably don't want to really attack here under the town center. But some decent pickups have already happened. Unfortunately for that Achilles, he's going down. Well, that's fine. As long as some villagers can be killed here, that's more than good enough. Toxotes idled for a moment there. What was that all about? But plenty of Toxotes in a choke point. You can't really do much about it. Like I said, restoration will be available. The hoplites will be holding the line. The Toxotes are picking off these units without any significant issues. And we've also got some Hippospists joining the fight now. That will be great against these heroes. The Einherjar spawn was nice and helpful. with the boost, but the Greek army is just far too large. And I think Forever Till Dawn has absolutely crushed here. Look at that, 145 population to 80. How can you possibly come back as a Loki? Not being up in age, not having the fishing economy behind this. Now, this town center will be taking out a few of these weak units, especially if target fired. Doing a pretty good job of that, but definitely should be picking off the weak Hippas Piston hoplites and stuff like that. You gotta constantly retarget there. And that way you can get a lot done. Suddenly the population is starting to equalize a little bit. There's still like 400 health on this thing, but rapidly dropping even with all this support. And now that the TC is dead, the army can actually fight for our Greek player. A lot of production is coming in behind this. The gold miners are very happy over there too. And it looks to me that this will be once again a Greek victory in this battle. John Arbiter will be having to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Oh my god, there's no hat anymore. The villagers are all dead. So many got killed at the second town center, it was definitely not paying for itself. And what you can do after this, if you're Forever Till Dawn, you can just take this town center yourself. You can benefit from the healing spring for now and just get all your boys back to full. Destroy all these buildings, it's plenty of damage, it's totally fine. Get some more Hippas pissed out, of course, with heavy infantry ideally. But I will say you have to protect the vills. Okay, that's happening now. We've also got the heavy ranged soldiers coming in. So things are moving for our Greek player. For our Norse, it's it's pain. It's just pain, nothing else. Holding on to dear life here. And pain's over. Forever Till Dawn wins all the categories, unsurprisingly. The second town center was very ambitious there, and it was just never gonna happen, really, was it? The kill death is about as good as the other game was, but the other way around. So we've got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 is our new score. Very nice. GG indeed. There's a total of 80 of you hanging out. That's fantastic. I love this whole shared chat thing. I think it's very nice. Rose will live on YouTube, by the way, on both my personal channel, Nakamura RTS, as well as the MetaPlays YouTube. So just pointing it out. There's another 24, 26 viewers, 28 at the moment. So over 100 people watching. This is not bad. I'm happy. Last time it was a little bit rough. but today I like it. What we've got going here. Next lobby is being hosted, and shortly we'll be getting further information about what's going on with that as well. Kimo is sleeping, he says in the Discord. Understandable. That was a long wait, but we're on the way. We're on the way. Soon enough, Kimo. It's your turn. Funny guy. Blue Lagoon will be the next map pick, so we got that piece of information now. That's John Arbiter's pick, by the way. So let me go and set that up. Now what we need is the god information. I'm sure the guys are getting the draft done shortly. Let me see what I can find there. So far, there's no draft. There's a storm outside. It's crazy. Wind's just blasting. Some regions got a red warning here in the UK. Not us. But it's still noisy. Could probably knock down a bunch of trees, honestly. Okay, I think they're doing the draft. Not gonna be able to show you guys. Or I could from John Arbiter's stream. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just watch him. There's our boy. Full screen him. I think he closed his map picks. Alright, he's sticking with Blue Lagoon, it's fine. That was one of his maps. I'm pretty sure we can check that. We can check that for him. This is the maps. He does have Blue Lagoon, so this is fine. Don't worry, guys. He's got delay on this. That's only 30 seconds anyway. So 4 versus ISIS is going to be the next one. All right, this worked, right? This was fine, I think. So what we do now is set that up here on Lagoon for ISIS. And that should mean I can show you guys. This should be our setup. Everything's accurate. Very nice. Last game of this best of 3. All comes down to this. Only one of them can advance. The other one's dead to us. I mean, they'll be eliminated from the tournament. 4 versus ISIS is an interesting one. So ISIS is more interested in a little bit of pressure play here in this one. I think it's fantastic actually to go for a little bit of Anubite play. Surprisingly, it's not always all about that fast heroic with Ancestors Eclipse, right? it can be, but it doesn't have to be. So I think here, you want those Anubites. You do want to bully the 4 players so that, you know, you idle those expensive dwarves a little bit. Get some work done with that. As 4, we'll be probably going greedy and get those early armory upgrades and extra dwarves from that. If you can do some pressure play to slow that all down. And especially with Anubites, which are very difficult for Ford to deal with. I think that can be fantastic. Let's see if that's going to be the strat for either side. Because you can certainly just do a fast heroic and roll with that, right? There's no issue at all. Okay, I think the game's on. I don't think they have delay on the spectating, so let's hit that. Going to Blue Lagoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blue Lagoon. In the blue color, playing as Ford, this is John Arbiter. And on the other side of Blue Lagoon, going in fast forward so we can catch up with the game, this is Forever Till Dawn, playing as Isis. Now, let's talk a little bit about the matchup itself. We've got the Dwarven Armory build order, which is essentially going to allow you to get these early armory upgrades. Copper armor, copper shields, weapons in that order, and then the hammer thing here. Oh, the priest actually gets scared away by a dwarf and a berserk. And John Arbiter is actually trying to get the kill on that, so we'll talk about strategy after this. Ooh, I think he's gonna get it. Holy crap. The priest is actually dead. Shanked with a kitchen knife. Arbiter makes a house on the spot. So if it's gonna be actually a vast classical age advance, this house is definitely there, ripe for the picking. But we've already got the second armory upgrade coming in with copper shields. That's gonna generate another dwarf here from the Dwarven Armory. That's one of Thor's greatest bonuses. And it basically allows you to make very few regular gatherers and thus not spend food, but rather just make pretty much all dwarves. And you can save on the on the resource drop-off time and walking by using your berserk to go after the huntable animals and just forcing them under your town center. So fantastic stuff there. And you're gonna use this for a later advance and a absolutely phenomenal economy behind it. Now Bast is being clicked in, so it's gonna be completely traditional ISIS. Before the game I was talking a little bit about maybe Anubis is a pick to consider. Just because if you do that, then you're gonna get the super fast Anubites, which are super hard to catch. And get to put on some damage and prevent the 4-player from hunting outside. One of the things that 4 doesn't get a lot of because of all this construction work with the Berserk is scouting information, especially if you don't make a second Berserk, which would be expensive to be fair. So you don't know a whole lot about the map. You're going to be staying at home for the most part, with the hunt getting eaten up very, very quickly. And by the way, those chicken kills have happened to facilitate the purchase of Hammer of Thunder. So that's going to be yet another dwarf coming through. And it's a nice little boost here on the Hersier, as well as their favorite auto-gathering. But for our ISIS strategy, we're talking about Sphinx raids in particular. So that's going to be shown to this house right away. That's an easy kill. Might as well just go for it. It doesn't take too long, especially with the upgrade having to go through. And then we'll see whether our ISIS player will actually make further ones or not. Is the empowerment? It was going for the monument for a moment, wasn't it? Sacred Cats is getting researched, which will increase food gather rates as well. And we've got yet another upgrade. The weapon upgrade is still left, and now in the classical age, the researchers go faster with the Dwarven Armory, by the way, so that's a nice little perk as well to have. The dwarves can, after this, just go for the chickens to stop all this meat decay, which is actually pretty heavily hurting the chicken resource so far. Longhouse is getting abandoned in favor of something else. I guess the Hersiers are making another one. He must have accidentally grabbed them both. Got some Axemen to support the... Oh god. There's nothing here to beat the Axemen, ladies and gentlemen. What are we gonna do? All the infantry units are being chased by Axemen right now. And the Sphinx has been upgraded here. Hierarcho Sphinx is coming in soon enough. And let me tell you, Hersiers cannot handle Axemen. So how are they gonna get on top of the Sphinxes? I'm not entirely sure how that's gonna be done. It's looking rather spooky. From here, you just go up to the heroic age, I would say, but so far it's a very heavy classical army for our Egyptian player. The slingers will be helping to take care of throwing Axemen, and the Axemen are annihilating the frontline heroes, allowing your Mythinists to go to town. So you could see an early eclipse here, technically. It's not necessary, but we could see it. Bear in mind, a gold mine is available from the god powers here, for sure. So 1,000 gold in that gold mine rather than just the 500 you would get in the archaic age. If you can wait for heroic, even better, but that's not going to happen. And the 4-player most certainly cannot leave the space. I like the healing spring. That's a good idea. But can he reach the heroic age somehow? I think not. Honestly, this is too far out. This is too far out. I think Egypt can do it in the same time. And we've got now the Sphinx is looking for some damage. They're pretty freaking fast at 6.1 speed. Getting on top of those dwarves. Oh, I think they're gonna get at least 1 kill. That's nice. Could have been maybe 2 with better positioning, but it's good enough. It's good enough to even pick off just the 1 dwarf. Let's take a look at the relics while we wait for this army to come in. It's a constant pump from ISIS, so we're not gonna see heroic age anytime soon. We've got the Black Lotus for faster farming. We've got the Eye of Horus for larger town center population caps. We've got also the Eye of Onlu for stronger Axemen, which would be really good for our ISIS to pick up here, or for the throwing Axemen for our Norse. We got Tearfing as well, which is going to give heroes some lifesteal. Yep, the Egyptian army is now going after the houses. That's starting to look pretty rough. These are all medium, right? No, the Axemen are still basic. We've got medium infantry, however, for Norse. Not a single raiding cavalry to be seen thus far. That could be problematic indeed, as the slingers hard counter the enemy throwing Axemen. Market. And John Arbiter is going heroic. Maybe with the flaming weapons, he can take this on. I could see it. A lot of denial coming in for a little bit of food trickle. But our ISIS is now also kind of starting to stockpile. I don't see any units getting made. The Hands of the Pharaoh is coming in. And the priest will be no doubt going to work with that. Bragi is on the way. But with so many counter units, can you actually make anything happen? I'm not so sure. Only thing our ISIS player is lacking is priests. Only 2 priests, certainly not enough. The Overmine is getting eaten up. So, yeah, our 4-player, what you see is what you get, basically. Everything has been spent into units, and Flaming Weapons is going to be, in fact, an all-in. A little bit of resource trading might happen, but the second gold mine is going to be crucial from here on out. I don't know about casting Prosperity on this main gold mine, as it will run out during the process. I think that was a huge mistake just now, as about maybe even half of this god power is going to be wasted on not gathering. Oh no. Nephthys is coming in, however, and we've got a nice little Sphinx raid in the back. You could technically lock this army into the main base, or at least the heroes, but we've got a little bit of frontal aggression, and Flaming Weapons could be striking anytime now. Always timed it out so nicely, actually. I was really overestimating the gather rate of the villagers. So only 5 seconds got wasted off this god power. It's really not too bad. That's nicely done by Forever Till Dawn. I'm sorry for getting it wrong myself. Very good. Suggestion from Joey Bats in the chat. Triple prosperity is the way. Stay in this age forever. Ooh, the Sphinxes are fighting the heroes. That's not good. We've got ancestors coming in, however, and that's taking up all the throwing axemen attacks. Now the slingers are being microed onto the throwing axemen, and there's 4 Sphinxes doing the spin to win. This is insane area damage going down on that army. The axemen have annihilated the heroes. So many myth units, there's no wall to retreat through, so everything here is just getting crushed. The second gold mine is here. A ton of idle dwarfs, by the way, and there's no way that you can keep that going. Forever Till Dawn has crushed this. You know, without any Frost, without any Cav, there's no way you can take this on. I think Frost would have been the way to essentially cancel out at least Ancestors, and then you have the rest of it. But yeah, the gold is now totally idle. And we know where it is, so you get to see Forever Till Dawn pulling out of this. No further dwarfs are being made, so I think this is when you should switch to food. The Sphinxes are still going to town on the infantry and killing a bunch of dwarfs as well. The economic lead is now definitely with our ISIS, especially with the idols just taking up population but not doing work. They're not productive members of society even. Wow. Back to the mines you go. There's no other mine except this one, which is now 3,000 gold. Good solution. I like it. Back to being productive members of society. Great. Okay, we got the granary coming up. Barrow might get picked, but doesn't look too bad. Yes, that's a great point about what Joybad says in the chat, that you could make a monument as ISIS here and just empower it for the AoE heal, getting everyone up to full. I like the idea. This gold mine is already halfway eaten up. Well, oh wait, no, it shows the maximum. It's not half eaten up at all. It's at 3k. Good little raid, but the kitchen knives can take care of this until the army arrives. Methinks. Still complete map control for Forever Till Dawn. We'll be making a few more slingers, but we're not gonna see any chariots. That's a surprise. Certainly do have the gold for it. Heavy axemen now, by the way. These Mythians are just running down the throwing axemen. That's rough. Basically none of them left. John Arbiter's holding on to dear life as the tournament depends on it for him. This match is what he needs to win. Moving throwing axemen, actually dodging some of the slinger shots. I think if you can micro that very cleanly and change direction, there's a lot that you can do with that. But the slingshots are so fast, it's very difficult to... It's not impossible, but it's very difficult to do. There's a Sphinx everywhere he goes! It's crazy, man. Oh. It's so rough. It's all berserks. What are they gonna do against the Axemen? Gather some favor by dying? Yep, I guess they do. They do get to do that. Alright, here comes the Midgard stronghold, and once chariots get added, I don't know how you beat this. Without raiding Cav. It's just not gonna happen, is it? Sphinx goes down. But at what cost? The dwarves now have to work out there. This time there's not gonna be any favor for a recast of Dwarven Mine, costing 100 favor. Not worth it to sacrifice all these berserks. there was a huge Norse army advantage, then sure, you could beat this with mostly raiding cav. But that's not what we're seeing. It's all berserks. They're gonna be annihilated. Especially now that Chariot's coming. I'm just gonna keep up that pump. Unfortunate that Forever Till Dawn has given up on this gold mine location. He could definitely bully that. Priests are fixing up some of these hurt units as well. You got the Myth units are going for a raid. Ooh, it's a good save actually. It's a good save. Berserks are now heavy. Well, infantry is heavy. The TA also are affected. We've got irrigation coming in. That will be very nice for the farming operation back home. But, ooh, the space, the way this base is built, there's no space for farms. Well, that kind of sucks. Don't want to be John Arbiter in this current situation. His predicament is of critical nature. They're breaking through! He can't hold this location, man. A good attempt with making battle boars. If there could be more of those, if there could be 5, 6 battle boars in this fight, then I would say maybe, but I'm not gonna say it. This is looking super rough, ladies and gentlemen. There are 2 priests here. They can take care of this. Meanwhile, the... actually, you know what? The Axemen have kind of not been attacking there. So that's a rough fight for our ISIS players. Somehow, some way, the attack move didn't work. And he's getting super punished for it. The Berserks are cutting through the Slingers. What am I watching? There's still all these Mythians to deal with though. There's no heroes here. Just Berserks. So I'm not entirely sure if this is a Norse hold or not. Like, it's certainly a step forward, but Tot is getting clicked in. Oh my good lord. There's a second town center. You've won the battle, John Arbiter, but are you gonna win the war? Holy crap. Holy crap. I cannot believe that John Arbiter actually pushed him back there, but now they're still throwing Axemen. There's still 3 Myth units here, and as long as there's a single priest, everybody gets healed up again. Never don't make priests. That's the moral of the story. Maximus says there's no way this is for 15k. That's actually true. Today's qualifier is only for 1k. But the actual entire event series is for 15k. So it's sponsored by Microsoft. And we've teamed up with a large crew of content creators to make this happen. So Boyd is also covering, Iron Maiden is covering, Yodesla is covering. We're all doing this together. That's where it's all coming from. Huge thank you to the Microsoft crew for making this happen. We've got... Oh, on the army! I was looking for where the meteor is, but right in the middle of the army is your answer. Very good dodge, actually, from John Arbiter. The vast majority of it doesn't hit anything. That's unfortunate for Forever Till Dawn. He actually kills his own Scorpion there. That was unfortunate. Now we've got a Phoenix. How are you gonna deal with that? You're gonna need Godi. Godi are in a building that we don't see. There's no Great Hall anywhere. And now there's 4 Sphinxes again! If Forever Till Dawn just had a little bit more favor, we would see like repeat eclipses on these things as well. But he doesn't have that. So it's all human army now. Need more monuments for sure. Healing Spring getting to work on the army. Man, you're gonna need so much more than what you have. But that many throwing X-Men can actually take care of the Phoenix. So Forever Till Dawn does have to be careful. Phoenix getting to work, delivering some really nice splash damage, fighting under the protection of the Healing Spring and Town Center and Tower Fire is of critical nature here. I do really like that that is now going on. We've got a little bit of pumpkin picking going up in the north. That's a crazy location for it, but okay. The frontal third Town Center gets taken. Our ISIS player will have infinity population available momentarily, 220 population total. This is almost something you want to crash the party with, right? Now the Dwarven Mine was used some time back. And at that point, it would have cost 100 favor with a 3,000 gold bank in it. Man, John Arbiter is holding on to dear life. I'm just worried when Valley of the Kings comes through. A man here is gonna just pump elephants and crush this base. Like, sure, Berserks are decent against the elephants, but you've got the full Archer backline and Axeman frontline. What are you gonna do about that? Tyr is coming through. Maybe we'll get researched in time as well before there's gonna be a big fight. I guess you can't really break the position completely with what we're seeing on the screen. And, you know, with the throwing Axemen getting to work as well here, this is not too bad, actually. The Axemen are dying very quickly. Faster than the Berserks. So once again, we've got ourselves a hold, but the Phoenix does get taken down, and the Battle Boar can do this all day. The Valley of the Kings can only come if he clicks it. Well, that is very true. Chat, I love you guys. You're so funny. Alright, the slingers do pop out. Damn, this pig is going to town. It's still going. John Arbiter is fighting back. Never would have expected the potential of man going this far. He secured himself the opportunity to make use of his 4th god power. That will cause a little bit of chaos. Forced out some mercenaries as well. Killed another Phoenix. Hopefully gets the egg this time. Oh, the boys are stuck. Punk is just kind of sitting back and letting these things happen. The dwarves are now freely gathering from up there. They have no business doing so. It's also visible on the minimap because he does have vision there. Oh my god, his chariots are getting bullied by throwing axemen. What is how are we doing here? We've got the full bronze line. Oh my god, the Fimbulwinter Wolves are spawning right on top of this as well, so they'll be helping out some more. They're ravaging the home base. Well, everybody is garrisoned, so it's not that much trouble, and I'm pretty sure they might actually get the kill on this abandoned settlement unless individual villagers get spawned out. If that happens, all the wolves will go and prefer attacking the units over the buildings. You can buy a lot of time with this, but meanwhile the entire army has been destroyed, and the throwing axemen are actually destroying the town center because it doesn't have that much hack armor. Insane. Absolutely bonkers. Forever Till Dawn has thrown his army away. And then this happens. Those Berserks are actually doing pretty good. And the chariots seem to only have copper armor. Nothing else. The villagers are now getting picked off as well. You know, if you get Burning Pitch, you can get the throwing axemen to do double damage against buildings. They're actually pretty difficult to fight at that point. Really good raid with the Scorpion Men, however, on the gold. This is going to be felt by John Arbiter. He doesn't have any other gold income. But he's still working against an 89 to 59 villager advantage, so the game's far from over. But with the huge population advantage, he might be able to just round down this entire economy. Another Dwarven Mine gets cast. It was the only way out of this. Very expensive at 150 favor. The next one is 200 favor. So at that point, I think you want to save up for Flaming Weapons instead. And get some map control and actually just gather out here. Oh god, this one is just 600 gold. So yeah, this one also you want to secure. This one you want to secure as the Norse. Fighting these champion axemen will not be easy. The piggy is just doing the business. Oh my god, John Arbiter cleans up the fight again. Absolutely bonkers. John Arbiter takes a talent center. Guys, I think he has it. I actually think he has it. He's starting to get the Mythic Age upgrades like Berserker Gang, which will allow the Berserks to lifesteal now at 35% of the damage dealt. That's a pretty big deal. They're already winning the fights. Imagine what they'll do if they also self-heal in the process. They'll just stop dying, basically. Now, okay, you don't want to run into this little corner of the map and get wrecked by the Scorpion Men and the Archers. Gotta be a little bit more careful with this. But I still do think that this is a location you can take on. And I would really love to see that Burning Pitch for the Throwing Axemen, because they're the units that hold this all together right now. Along with the Berserks, of course. But, yeah, 2 TCs now. Huge pump of units coming out for Forever Till Dawn. But still not quite enough chariots. It's so many slingers. Champion Slingers is now getting researched as well. I don't understand the whole slinger situation. Now, if we start adding in some Huskarl as well, or even just Ballista with draft horses, then we can establish a frontal push, such as on this town center location. By the way, that town center is so weak, I think you just attack it with the units here. Villagers are getting picked off, and John Arbiter is closing the distance in the economy overall as well. The villagers will not be able to out-repair this. The army is too far away to save the town center. Okay, the mass repair is coming through, but there's only a little bit of gold in the bank, so this will be a little rough. I do think the TC does go down here, ladies and gentlemen. TC is down, and now here comes the fight. The villagers aren't helping with the kitchen knives, but they're just tanking. The axemen kind of get picked off by the throwing axemen, but there's just too many units here. And the slingers should be finishing this off, but the throwing axemen just leave anyway. It's fine. It's fine, John Arbiter just makes new ones. No problem, he's got the income now, right? He's gathering from this home Dwarven Mine still. Then he's got this one to go for. I still haven't seen Valley of the Kings, by the way. It's kind of insane that this late in the game, we still don't get it, but there's no favor for it. It's like 40 favor, right? So our boy literally can't afford it. Is Valley of the Kings even good? Yeah, very good. I mean, it's 2 units for 1. You might as well save the resources and spend it on, I don't know, spamming Midgard strongholds everywhere. Oh, that's a great pickup on the catapult. What was that catapult doing here? The villagers would have killed it anyway. This is where the gold mining operations start at the moment. I didn't notice it for a second. But meanwhile, Punkstar is just like, oh yeah, let's get all the town centers on the map. It's too many slingers. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna be sick. I don't want to be me, but what the hell? This is not what you're supposed to do. Okay, your ISIS. This is the worst unit you can be making. You sure make a few to take care of the throwing axemen in the mid game, but My god. Okay. You do not have electrum bullets from Ptah because you do not have Ptah. You don't have the slings of the sun because you don't have Sekhmet. Icy slingers are the worst in the game. You only have Valley of the Kings to pump them, but why would you do that? Just make better units like chariots. You could actually take on the berserks. I'm still worried that these guys will lose, but just because it's a giant blob, they have a small chance. And the catapults are doing a good job taking down the town center, getting to work on the hill fort as well. However, these Huskar are actually doing work, even though they're not as great in Retold. They are doing some work here. Slingers are just slingers. They can't beat them. Chariots, on the other hand, would be giving bonus damage against these, so that's why I'm saying they're not as good. Against the other stuff, it's fine. It's the same as the old game. Once again, John Arbiter fights back, takes a lot of control back as well. But with only 2 monuments for our ISIS player, I'm pretty sure we're just going to see a continuation of what we have been seeing. It's, however, 280 population cap with 4 fortified town centers. That is the scary part, and John Arbiter needs to do something about this and soon. Because right now he's running out of gold mines. He's got a tiny little cutesy trade, but that's really all he's got. Got 151 favor, but it's still not enough to cast a 200 gold dwarven mine. So he's just kind of suffering in terms of the gold department. He would have to sell some resources, which I keep pressing the wrong hotkey for that. He's already done a lot of that. He sold a lot of wood. That's why the exchange rate is so low. Berserk's doing a decent job here with dying. I'm actually not kidding. Dying is not a bad thing for Berserks if you have the money. Because they'll be generating tons of extra favor. The Ballista here, just kind of missing shots. It would be nice to have Ballistics. Ballistaistics would be very important so that they can hit the shots against these moving units as well. Still need 43 more favor for the next gold mine. I don't think the army can do it, guys. Now that we've got the catapult popping out and this is getting reinforced with further units. Still basic chariot archers, by the way. So that's a huge, huge issue. The catapult just one-shots the ballista. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. Town center is under attack. We'll be taking quite a bit of damage. And maybe the army will just finish it at this point. Don't even need more catapults, but 2 more are being made. Book of Thought is getting researched, and we've got the bow saw finally coming in. Iron armor and other stuff is getting trained as well. We've got trade coming in. There's no more units for John Arbiter. He's actually fallen apart in terms of economy. His trade pump has been not enough from just a single market. And as good as that is working for the European Union, that's not the case in Age of Mythology. A single market is not enough, you need multiple. Another catapult is coming up. And this TC, this entire location should be busted through. And then it's the other stuff to worry about, the villagers. All these dwarves here gathering wood, definitely the next victims of our ISIS player, who will be taking over this location, by the way, and catapulting himself, without a catapult even, to a significant population lead once more. And once that army is reached, well, good luck stopping it. It's just not gonna happen. He's getting picked off one by one. And Forever Till Dawn will be victorious. John Arbiter is out, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. We've got Chemo's next opponent. First opponent of the day, in fact. It's going to be Forever Till Dawn. Regardless of that show that John Arbiter managed to put on. That was actually insane that he managed to beat those armies whatsoever. Very impressive for sure. Going up to 106 military pop there against 21. But the larger economy that Forever Till Dawn had behind this was enough to catch up. I mean, you look here, that's a 10,000 resource difference by the end of the game. You can't discount that even with that kill-death discrepancy and the slingers kind of being a terrible unit. It's not gonna be a bad enough situation to do anything about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our result. That's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Forever Till Dawn, and we're going to wait for a game with Chemo to be set up next. Let me go and enter that score. Oh, it's already been entered. Nice, I don't have to do anything. I'm just chilling here. I've seen some comments earlier from Maximus. He wanted to know how come we get a sponsorship like that with low viewership. It's true, we have low viewership, but it's not in the 20s because I'm using the Stream Together feature. I'm live on my personal channel as well as on the MetaPlace channel on Twitch. I'm live on YouTube with both channels as well. So getting it added up. 28 on my YouTube and 7 on the MetaPlace YouTube. This is the first time we do anything with MetaPlace, by the way, on AOM Retold, so many people don't yet know about it. And because of the combined viewership on Twitch, we've got 69 at the moment. So it's closer to... It's north of 100 for sure. And then Boyd is pulling a lot of viewers, Jodesla is pulling a lot of viewers as well. So it's really not bad. Altogether, we probably have 1,000. And then the actual YouTube videos add up on top of that. That's why it economically works. By ourselves, I don't think we could have done anything. But all of us together, sure. That's reasonable-ish. Actually, today is a little slower. But day 2 is going to be bigger as well. And then, of course, some players are streaming. Fork X is streaming in Portuguese. So the community is certainly getting together, and it's just nice to keep everyone active, right? Anyways, hope you had fun with that. Chemo. Oh my god, Chemo has 3 accounts in our Discord. My goodness. How many do you need? Alright, Chemo and Forever Till Dawn are up. And they should do their drafts. And with that, I'll be going for a short break while we wait for these guys to start their draft. And then I'll be back. We'll be covering Chemo versus Forever Till Dawn, as well as whoever ends up being their opponent. Looks like Garneth and Nora are fighting for that spot. So I'll see if I can cover their match after the fact as well. And then I promise to look into the matches between Divine ATP and B. Is something that people want to see. But Iron Maiden has done so already as well. So we'll see what we can do there. Anyways, short break for me, and then we'll continue. Hey everyone, thanks for waiting. I am back. It's pretty good, right? This is Gods. That's not what he was supposed to send. That was supposed to be the maps. Let's do that one. That's also not on the way just yet, but we're getting to it. We're getting to it. Shouldn't be taking too long. By the way, guys, if you're having fun, make sure to hit that follow button on Twitch on both channels. It's MetaPlays RTS and Nakamura RTS, depending on which one you're watching. Get them both, because going forward, this Wrath of the Gods event I'll be doing in this multi-stream fashion, but I'll be using MetaPlays going forward after this event. So next year, we've got our own stuff coming up, right? And that will be through MetaPlays exclusively. I'm just doing the double stream here to get more people watching this event, specifically for the Microsoft sponsorship. But once people are aware that MetaPlays is a thing, I'll be swapping to that exclusively. For events, that is. For my personal channel, I'll still be doing like gameplay streams. Dude, where is Forever Till Dawn? He's not doing the drafts. We're waiting. Also, to any YouTube peoples, you can also support by just hitting the like button, and if you're not subscribed, then please do so as well. Very helpful if you do. Well, I don't know where Pugstar went. It's been... Kimo's been waiting 10 minutes. Almost. So at some point, we gotta kick this off. I'm just cursed today with the picks. The players just don't want to get moving. Oh boy. What happens now? Round 2 happening next week. No. It's the next month. Pretty sure that's how it works. It's the next month. Well, doesn't show up he did lose. That's right. What I'm gonna do is I'll check about lateness rules, because this is getting silly. I need to remember how long that actually takes. Okay, punctuality. Yeah, after 20 minutes, you get your first admin win, so we would have to wait another bunch of minutes. It's like 12 minutes left until the first wins. Yep, thanks for Voxaki, that's right. Just found it in the rules. You're faster. So yeah, because it's a best of 3, technically we'd be sitting here for 22 minutes from here. At which point I could be watching something else. Alright, Punkstar just reported his score, which means we should be getting into this momentarily. We waiting. I think what I'll do is just put the links again. Okay, maps, then gods. And then lastly, picks after the fact. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully he'll be joining that now. Hey, Chandler, thank you very much for the subscription, by the way. No need to apologize for anything. He's not seeing the pinks. Jesus Christ, man. Alright. Found out the issue. Guys, please don't turn off any and all pings in the Metaplay server. If you're personally getting pinged, it's for a reason. Just making 100 people wait here. Alright, let's set this up. We've got Karlagar and Midgard bands, and then the picks are finally coming through. Land Unknown is gonna be the first map pick. Kimo just picks the good old Blue Lagoon. Ghost Lake has also come up. Got Giza and Marsh for Chemo and Forever Till Dawn, respectively. And then Mount Olympus and Elysium will be the first map. Working on setting up the interface for you guys. But I think for Chemo, Elysium is gonna be quite right. He just picks one of the more mobile gods there because it's a very big map. That's probably what we'll be seeing. It was Elysium, right? Yeah. Hades instead gets banned. Chemo gets to pick his Ra, which is really good news for him. It's one of his main. Punkstar does like his Greek, of course. Not getting Hades must be annoying for him, but also his Isis is not terrible. As long as he doesn't make Pure Slinger. Kronos and Uranus locked in for Chemo. Yeah, these are the power picks for sure. I'm surprised about Uranus, however, but I mean, his other favorites are just not available, so this is going to be the list. Hades band, the set pick. Gaia, Ronos, Oranos. There's a lot of clicking I'm having to do in the background here, but I'm doing it. I think it's worth it. Poseidon, Zeus, Loki, and Aces. Okay, we should have everything now for the drafting screen. Here we go. The gods are not those, however. We've got a winner symbol as well in the middle of space. Let's remove that. Do I have another one? No, that should be gone now. Okay, the initial gods, we'll see what they are. And we've got the gods getting picked momentarily. Chemo's picking right now. Well, actually both are picking at the same time. They have 20 seconds. And then the hosting should happen. Ra and Zeus are gonna be the gods for this game one. It's a best of 3, by the way. So now we've got all the information. Very good. Just a matter of getting the lobby up. Now, Ra versus Zeus on Elysium, well, it's pretty standard, right? There's gonna be no surprises here, I think. Ra just gets a bunch of snacks, most likely. Although you could be going down the route of Sphinx raids and taking that into the Mythic Age directly with Avengers and Tornado. That could go a long way. We'll see whether that's the way this goes, but you could just go Ptah, Hathor, And Osiris as well. That works. Especially when you hit Mythic with Osiris and you have like 2 or 3 mummies. You save your Locust Swarm for that. And you combo Locust Swarm with the Son of Osiris hits. And then convert those units into minions. That is really brutal as a timing. But you can just get much more easily done with the same thing. If you just go Eclipse Avengers, it does the same thing. And there's always the risk of, Belorphin messing up your mummies as well as your Son of Osiris in the long run. Something to think about. Why do people prefer to watch on Twitch? Those are the links I've promoted today. So that's the main reason probably. As for why people don't just naturally catch it on YouTube, which they used to at the beginning, I guess people are just not that interested at this point. Maybe they'll be back when there's the DLC. Because, there's no new content. It's just tournament stuff. And I've done that a bunch of times now. People have seen it, so a lot of the casual players move on fast. Anyway, Elysium is coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another series here for Wrath of the Gods, the $15,000 Age of Mythology event series, sponsored by Microsoft, Boyd, as well as myself, and Iron Maiden. So we're all here casting today, but I'm alone in this one. In the blue color, we have got Chemo playing as Ra. His opponent on the other side playing as Zeus. This is Forever Till Dawn. It's going to be a best of 3 here, and today's event is the second qualifier for the entire thing. So $1,000 today, but the total thing is $15K. Well, that's an unfortunate placement of the monument, Chemo, to say the very least. My goodness. The granary is not hit. The monument should have been here. Then it hits both buildings, but now it doesn't reach the granary. Oh no. Chemo. I think he just woke up. This is his first game of the day. It's excusable. We've also got this straggler tree over there, working with the storehouse at the same time. Forever Till Dawn getting a nice little bonus for himself there. Also good job with the herding off the animals so that they're all close to the granary. Villagers don't have to walk around much. Alright, the temple is about to complete, and we should be seeing a relatively early Zeus advance at maybe 4 minutes, maybe 3:45, depending on how he does this. We got out the early hero, surprisingly, so I guess he wants to chase down the priest. Let's see if he can do so. Greek hero is quite a bit faster. You can also just pick up relics, of course. That's perfectly fine here. Which, speaking of, we've got the Scarab Pendant that will help siege weapons get a little bit more crush damage. We got the Arrows of Heracles, which will increase line of sight as well. Oh, sorry. No. This is for heroes and ranged units, getting more ranged damage. Then we've got Nose of the Sphinx, more hit points for buildings, and the Titan's Treasure for discounts on age advances. Actually, Chemo gets to advance first because of that hero. And actually, the villager transition being a little bit too early. Athena is coming in, so this will be like a 430 advance. It's pretty slow in Retold. But he does pick up the Arrows of Heracles. And then Chemo going through Ptah. No big surprise there. I was prepping up the whole situation that you can get done with Bust and Eclipse and maybe even Avenger raids in the later game, but that's not going to be the direction for this one. Shifting Sands does help you get out of very bad situations with your villagers, with your army, whatever. Or you can just get on top of enemy villagers when they're mining outside. With the larger army of Vajets, for example, that would be pretty good. He's going for the double barracks right away. And potentially a triple one once he makes his initial few Vajets. We do have the double monument so far. And this time around, the Pharaoh does get to empower everything with the original monument over there. Villagers do move on to the berries. There will be faster gather rates, as that's one of the raw bonuses now. It's almost as good as Hunt. No, it's better because they don't move anywhere. Don't have to spend time killing. A Greek player will be going for chickens, turkeys, which is fine. It's safe at least, right? The Scarab Pendant will be the next relic, but not sure why we're moving up to the nose of the Sphinx. Maybe he wants to exchange that. But do you really want to give better siege weapons to Egypt? They're already really good. Think you're happy with that one. Just take it. A settlement is coming up, and there's no line of sight on this location except through the obelisk, but it can see quite far away enough. Maybe if the priest had empowered it, it would have been just within line of sight, but not gonna happen here. So yeah, Forever Till Dawn has his second TC up and running, and he'll be safe in doing so. We've got another Wedget coming out. This will be now number 4. You really want to be careful not to run into the heroes, because they will be taking these guys down very easily. That's definitely a risk. So much empowering. All these houses that get made are gonna be working pretty quickly as well. A bunch of spearmen to deal with the cavalry, got some axemen to deal with potential infantry. For now, I think if you just make spearmen, it's fine. They're a little bit better against the villagers, add the heroes. Now later you can just add in the axemen once needed. So much poison stacking on Heracles here. Very, very nasty with these Vajets. As long as they're not overextending, they'll be able to do quite a bit of damage. TC will be shooting back pretty hard though. They don't have that much pierce armor. The villagers should be dead there. Garrison can't save you against damage over time. Military Academy being destroyed now. No hoplites for you, Funk Star. Moving on to the outer gold mine, and that will allow the gold miners at home to just swap over to the berries, as well as the chicken people have moved on. Chemo is just triple pumping from his buildings. We still don't see upgraded slingers, so something like Electrum bullets will be coming much later. Right now, it's the numbers that matter more. Now, he's sure got the numbers. 90 population to 53. The gold star is all but guaranteed. All he needs to do is get after this wall. There's not a lot of Greek units here to defend. Certainly can take it on. Oh, he's gonna do it. Oh boy. Oh boy, 4 villagers caught immediately. There goes the villager advantage of our Greek player. 5 villagers plus the earlier kill as well. This pretty much does it. Can't pay for the town center if you have the wall, if your villagers are idle, if they're dying. None of this is making any income right now. That's painful. Wall will be broken through by the time these guys get there, and that it's a full army. Should be pretty easy for the slingers as well to take out the Toxotes. There's really few of them. Villagers somehow snuck out and got another gold mine. Don't know how that happened. But yeah, this is very dominating performance so far from Chemo. If he can keep it up, if he can catch those villagers out there. I'm not sure how you defend against that. They're really caught out there. There's nowhere to retreat. The spears will be surrounding the villagers as well. There's no way out. Oh my god, what a huge raid. Villagers now reacting. It's a little late. And they will be going down. All of them. That is a Chemo villager advantage now. And he's pressing further into the base. My god. Another villager kill comes through. There's a second Minotaur. Had there been a handful more, that would have been nice. Well, we've got Restoration, we've got Bolt. It's as good as this is gonna get. Hero's getting on top of the Vadgets now. But this is still a trade for Chemo. He will be taking out all the Minotaurs. He is taking out the cavalry. And the spearmen are raiding in the back, by the way, as this is going on over there. So, this is not his entire army. This is even his full power. Toxotes gets picked off. Leaving forever till dawn with precious little units. Now the spears are going on the villagers. This is over, ladies and gentlemen. Chemo wins the game rather quickly there. Just winning every category with pure spam. Not much else to add. Killed so many villagers. What is this Vadget meta? Well, they're really cheap and they're really good, aren't they? I think it speaks for itself. They're really strong. You make the 2 monuments. You empower them both and your economy gets empowered. You can stay at home. It's totally safe to do so. And they're costing wood, right? So you're not in a rush to leave your base. Of course, if it gets crushed, then your second gold mine is going to be in trouble. So, something to watch out for. But with how many you get to make against Greek heroes in particular, that's that can be a little bit overwhelming for the Greek. Greek has to make myth units of their own to really deal with this. And then you've got Norse situation, which is similar. Yup. And we're gonna be waiting for the next game to be started. And meanwhile, I noticed I've got an extra bot that I shouldn't be having right now. So let me see if I can take care of that. And deactivate it. I think on my personal channel, it's also Stream Elements doing the bot stuff. Let me disconnect that. There we go. So now when you ask for a bracket, it will no longer give you the old information. Okay. Ghost Lake will be next. So this is where we're at. And now we're waiting for the god picking. It's gonna be Gaia versus Poseidon there. I've already spoken about Gaia plenty today, but I'll just add, you should expect a really powerful early stage for Gaia with all the healing going on from multiple Caladria. You get your serrated blade Murmillos running around, especially if you turn them into heroes. Even better than, you know, they can keep up with cavalry a little better, which Poseidon will be wanting to make, but it's not guaranteed that it's going to be the best of options. You probably want some hoplites and Toxotes in there. Instead, the problem is if you do that, Gaia just jumps heroic, gets making with some birds, and will be going cavalry themselves in heroic, which will be very difficult for you to catch, having spent a lot of food on your army. Because Poseidon hoplites are very slow. So perhaps one of the better things you can do is just actually commit to that cav with Toxotes back up. Get their regeneration. Pick off as many villagers as you can. Anyways, it's on. The guys have already started. Let's go to Ghost Lake. Welcome everybody to Ghost Lake. We are going fast forward to catch up with the players here, as I forgot to put on their delay. Gaia, blue color, Chemo. On the other side, red color, Poseidon. Forever till dawn. Already going with the temple, of course. I'm being told the map intros are too loud. Sorry about that, we'll have to take care of it tomorrow. Maybe I can do it in a break. We'll look into it, certainly. Alright, well, we've had the Gaia trees. There's an all-food focus at this point, of course, for Chemo. He himself wants to get up to the next stage as soon as possible. Won't be as fast as a Poseidon player, of course. Especially a Poseidon player that can just lure in the animals to the town center. This one died a little bit too early, but we've already got an Ares advance. It's going to be a 3-minute 30 advance. It's really, really nice. So as long as there's enough food now, there might be a second Cyclops even, but probably not, looking at everything that's going on. Oracle is getting harassed a little bit. That's always very useful to do with your scout against Atlanteans. If you have bolted Zeus, then even better to use that and just drastically reduce their early game favor. Oh, you guys probably would want me to swap their sides, right? Yeah, that's better. Now the blue is on the blue side. I wish the game did it by itself. And here's the name panels as well. Okay. Now we're all aligned. Chemo sees all around the map with these oracles, which includes the relics. We've got Archimedes, a ledger for siege population cost reductions, and he's picked up, Forever Till Dawn has picked up the Hearth of Hestia, Hestia's Hearth, that's reducing villager train time. That's very nice. Then we've got the Qualifier of Apollo for villager movement speed increases. The Task of the Iron Board for cavalry. Okay, this is a super, super nice map here for our Poseidon player. You definitely want that relic. The Cyclops will be going after the Citizen and immediately getting a pickup there. Should be able to throw it at the others. Tossing this away, but there's 2 hero citizens, remember? The starting ones. And then the Caladrier comes in, and this is going to be a full hold as the villager goes back to full health and the Cyclops is staying at low health. No military buildings seen for Chemo whatsoever anywhere. What is going on? He's getting like tower upgrades. No units. What? Cavalry and infantry is being made by our Poseidon player, as I expected. Heavily committing to this stuff. Chemo now relying on Lush's healing, except this temple is not on Lush. It won't be able to heal, regenerate up. Huh. Okay, finally we've got the counter barracks and the military barracks coming up for Chemo. So he will be pumping units to hold back the tide. Should be no huge issue, but the second town center for a Greek player behind this already being grabbed. Of course, Chemo can see it, so he can start thinking about the TC himself once he makes a few units. Just enough to hold this back. There never was a pestilence used, so I'm not sure what the plan with that is. But it might be just that Forever Till Dawn will be gathering favor for the longest time and eventually will make a whole lot of Cyclops. As far as the goats go, by the way, really good job here, I think, with 14 goats. Chemo didn't get that many. You really have to focus on the middle for this, and the Greek scout is just a little bit better with that. 8 goats here. The animals are now getting attracted slowly to the lure. Even a goat gets found. That'll be great in the long run. 300 food per each of these. But here come the Murmillo and the Catapeltes. What kind of economic upgrades do we have for Chemo? Looks like we've got hand axe, pickaxe, husbandry. But nothing else just yet. So he's not using Gaia's advantages just yet. He will be getting to it, I'm sure. A decent raid if the villagers don't react. They will be reacting, of course. Might be able to pick off a Caladria there. Oh, the dodges are good, but not that good. Villagers getting slightly bullied by the Carnivora. The Cyclops comes in to slap it. I don't think this will be able to destroy the lure. And it goes down. Cyclops gets slapped by the Murmillo hero. There's overall not too many defenders here for our Greek player. Would love to see some Toxotes, but Chemo's already going for the heroic age. Oh my god. He really just made a handful of units, and now he's gonna gear up for that cavalry spam. He's already getting the 3rd military barracks, so he'll be at least triple pumping his cav. Just needs a little bit extra gold. Bow of Horror is getting researched. Yeah, Toxotes is not gonna be the way forward here. Our Greek player is very, very caught up trying to make units, but heroic cage would be so important. To beat the Contarius, you're really gonna need Prodromos. They're the only ones that can keep up with the speed. The hoplites just get run in circles around. Rough situation to be in for sure. With this many villagers on wood, I just don't see our Greek player getting up to heroic anytime soon. If those were on food, that would be a different story. Now, these goats are still fattening. I don't think they have husbandry even. They do have husbandry, so it will be going a little bit faster than otherwise. Right now, going for the goats, I just don't like it. I do think this should be all pumpkin picking and hunting here. Let those guys fatten a bit. One thing Poseidon can do is get this walled off with military buildings. And it won't be easy to enter. That's the one thing that's still doable here. That you could just hold the choke points. Well, this table is under threat. Good hold thus far, and the resources are coming in for that heroic age, but needs a little bit more. First Contarius gets picked off easily. That's nice. There'll be a lot more coming, and they're cheap now. I'm pretty sure I've seen that upgrade come through. Poseidon's Secret makes them this cheap. 51 and 34. That is ridiculous. They're cheaper than a hoplite. And of course, Gaia's income is nuts. Thanks to all the upgrades. Alright, Aphrodite is coming in. We've got Phobos' spear as well. Do these hoplites actually have the upgrade? Yes, they do have a divine damage now. It's a huge boon. And the town center itself can do a lot of the fighting for them. But why are these villagers... Oh god. Oh god. The wall off not being complete is definitely a huge issue here for our Poseidon. And there still wasn't any use of pestilence. Like, it could have slowed this down significantly. Anyway, one thing that is going for our Greek player is that Curse is about to be unlocked. The villagers are not getting pulled away preemptively, which is a problem. But at least most of them do get away from this. I don't think the Contarius care about this slight arrow fire, however. Curse needs to be used here. That's going to be a lot of extra pigs for our Greek player. And now the remaining firepower should be enough to do some work. But so many villagers are dying that Chemo has already equalized the civilian population despite being only on one town center. That is ridiculous. The army is mostly Toxotes. It's not particularly scary for him either. Just make more Contarius and you'll be fine. Verb is the verb. Except it's a noun. Got a bunch of Prodromos out. Now, together with the lion stuns, they should be able to get a lot of work done here. Chemo will have to replenish his army, but he's already done that and he's hitting the other side. There are no Prodromos here, just villagers, and the kitchen knives just aren't gonna cut it against these giant lances. Oh no. Oh no, I think Chemo's running away with this game again. So many villager kills. Yikes. Chemo's up 5 civilian population. And now he's getting a TC as well, so if he can keep doing this, that's gonna be nuts. Is this bird actually killing the hero? No way. Because they do make the heroes bleed, right? And the Caladria is just healing it. Alright, the Caladria is finally dead, now the bird's next. Prodromos do push this away, but I mean, the cost has been so high this whole time. And what? Why did the hero stop attacking? What's happening here? Brevetildon is looking for damage, but there's nothing here. I mean, there's this one villager trying to build a TC. But meanwhile, his gold miners get wrecked. Dromos are putting on some admirable work. They're just faster than Contarius by a tiny little bit. They should be closing in the long run. But if Chemo uses the formation tricks, then he can get away from them more or less. He's gonna get sandwiched. Maybe Forever Till Dawn has some tricks up his sleeve. His population is looking rather good right now. Chemo just doesn't seem to have enough people on gold. Where are his dryads as well? I guess the TC will be able to do a lot of work against these units. But Pestilence is finally getting cast on the main base, so no production for Chemo for a while. The Carnivora is getting absolutely bullied, and then the TC should be next, but it might be the army next, as the Prodromos are going off to chase it. The Hoplites will be taking down the town center with their Divine Damage addition. That's actually pretty good. There's a handful of Catapulties in here, and they're slapping the Prodromos so hard that they don't even remember their own names anymore because they're dead. Well, that's rough. It's a cleanup if I've ever seen one. Just getting out some Catapulties for the Prodromos. Okay. Makes the Contarius win even harder. Let's see if they can take on the Hoplites. The Hoplites do have some pretty good 25% bonus damage against them. Well, this population count certainly did turn the other way very quickly. Some more pumpkining out here. But there's the hunt right there. Oh my god. Hunting is faster, boys. Go for the hunt if it's right next door. Always go for that hunt. Alright, we've got Weightless Mace coming in as well. It's super cheap. Super cheap at just 100 core resources and 15 favor. It's doable for Atlanteans. It's not a problem at all. You've got oracles from the start of the game, right? So it's like you have Greek praying villagers from the beginning. It's kind of crazy. Good pickoff for the Prodromos, but they'll need like 10 more of that, so that our Greek player is actually ahead. Well, here's the thing. Behind this, Chemo has been busy. He's got Carpenters, he's got Quarry, he's got Survival Equipment and Irrigation. He only doesn't have Flood Control at this point. All the upgrades are done. And with 2 TCs, he's been ahead in civilian population for a while. Attacking this TC is very doable indeed. Oh, and of course, the secondary raid is going on as well. Don't know why we're making Peltas. That must be a misclick. Lots of villagers are gonna go down to this as well. Holy crap. Chemo is putting on a clinic, but might be losing his front base if that raiding group doesn't come in to help. Maybe his production is enough, to be honest. The Toxolis are starting to shoot the Dryad, and they're getting picked off now. Totally surrounded. Chemo did not need to bring forward the boys. He's just killing more villagers and taking a third town center, fourth town center behind this. He's victorious once again. 200 population to 84. And he moves on into round 3 from here on. Well, gamers. That was rather straightforward. No Ra is now waiting for Chemo to go after him as he defeated Garnaf 2-1. So that's not bad at all. We're gonna have a pretty good match for ourselves there. Gonna enter this score real quick. And then we can get going with this. Just gonna have to wait for the guys to do their thing. They do their drafts. Then that should be the last live game for today. After that, I'm still planning to catch a handful of these. Mostly through replays. See if there's any other round 3s that we can cover. There's Tunison versus Ulysses. I'm definitely interested in that. Or Kvav versus Sumero. Yeah, Divine didn't make it far. Divine versus B is probably something I could look into. That sounds like fun. Or Soup versus Matador, but I'm assuming Boyd will cover that. So I'll pick something that hasn't been covered, okay? You can catch Divine. There was a request for him on Iron Maiden's channel in his VOD. I'm gonna kick the secondary chemos from the Discord because it's hard to add him. Silly boy. Alright, that's the chemo with the red avatar that we keep. Swear the man makes a new account every week. Alright, getting the map draft on. Let's go. Got the Mount Olympus and the Kurlagar ban. No big surprises there. No Ra wants to play on Ghost Lake. Maybe. Chemo goes for his standard Blue Lagoon. No surprises there. Then we got Elysium for Nora and Midgard for Chemo. This is the best of 5 now, by the way. So we're going a little deeper. Nora gang. We also got Land Unknown for Nora. And the starting map will be Marsh, now we know. Also Giza will be in the pool. The guys will be moving on to the God draft, but I mean, looking at this, it's not going to be that different from what we've seen from Chemo before. So I think Nora would do well to ban either Gaia or Ra for Chemo, as those are his arguably his best gods. Let's see if he gets to do that. Should be called Goat Lake. True. Yep, there's the Ra ban as predicted, and the Loki ban as well. Chemo gets his Gaia. No surprise there at all. I see some 4 coming in for Nora. That's pretty good options to deal with Gaia, especially with the Contarius bullying you hard. You get to stay a little bit longer at home with 4. I like that quite a bit, actually. We've got Kronos and Set coming in for Chemo, and Poseidon, Hades for Nora. Kronos, Set, Uranus and Zeus for Chemo. Odin for Nora, not something you'd expect, but pretty much all the gods get used in this draft mode, so... What's not used here? Freyr? It's the only one. I think Freyr is the only one not on the table. So we've got a pretty complete setup for ourselves here. And then we just need the god pick for the first map, which is Marsh. Was a misban? Huh? You mean the Loki? The Loki was banned incorrectly? That's unfortunate. But I mean, what are you gonna do? Ra was a misban from Nora. You mean Nora should have picked Ra himself and then Kimo still doesn't have it? Could have done it that way, but Kimo gets first pick, so you would have picked Ra. You have to ban it to deny it to him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the God Draft happening for the first match. Getting the info in a sec. Okay, first game will be Set versus Poseidon. We've got it. So we should be getting in there in no time at all. And for this one, I'll be doing predictions. Game by game. I wonder if I can, if that goes in the combined chat. Maybe I'll do it for the series because of that. I don't think it goes. So wherever you're watching, whether it's the MetaPlays Twitch or my personal Twitch, you'll be getting your prediction thingy. Got 10 minutes to pick. Alright, MetaPlays gamers can start now, and I'll set up my personal one in a sec. But having ISIS as a response? Oh. I guess. Ra is pretty damn good right now. And it is Chemo's main. So I think it's more about that you want to get rid of Chemo's main than anything else. Right, gamers. We've got a prediction thing on my personal channel as well. That should now be on the way. And hopefully the players will have hosted by now. Yeah, it's going. It's going. Let's take you to Marsh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wrath of the Gods. We are now at the round 3 stage. This is for the first time a best of 5. The entire tournament series has $15,000 on the line, granted by Microsoft with a huge prize contribution through their sponsorship. And of course, Boyd and myself and Iron Maiden contributing as well. This is the second qualifier, $1,000 on the line for today only. And the guys are gathering points to be able to get into the big main event. In the blue color, playing as set for you here, this is Chemo. And on the other side of Marsh, his opponent, a worthy opponent indeed. This is Nora playing as Poseidon. Now, I'm seeing a lot of cheering for him in the chat. You guys can bet for him as well with your Twitch points. That's allowed. Well, the scout can't quite beat the priest and the boar. That's just a little bit too much. You would have to pull a villager into it, and it's a little bit too far from home. So Chemo will be running around with several boars in the early game, getting some extra scouting done with that, and eventually he can just take them home, either protect his town center people as he grabs a forward town center that also secures a gold mine with everything alongside, or he just eats them. There's a lot of relics here on March as well, other than a lot of animals. We've got Ptah's Scepter, for one, that will make farms cheaper. Like you need farms on March, that's hilarious. We got the Bridle of Pegasus, that will keep giving you free Pegasus. And we've got the Trojan Gate Hinge for stronger walls, as well as the Qualifier of Apollo for villager movement speed. And down here, blended into the environment, is the Ring of the Nibelung for free gold over time. Okay, chat should be following me now, and you're supposed to say mana. That's how this works, right? I converted the chat. The set monuments will be making barracks units cheaper, so you can bet that Chemo will be having at least one barracks up to pump some units, fending off this early Greek advance, and then eventually look into that forward TC situation as I described. Doesn't have to do it naked, of course, but I guess he's thinking about it. As he's advancing, he's going to be gathering a lot of gold, so that seems to be the path forward. It's also getting Hands of the Pharaoh. The idea for this monument here in the back is that you minimize the distance that you move between the hunt empowering and helping the monument go up faster, I guess. You can juggle the Pharaoh between both so that you get both tasks done. Because actually what the Pharaoh does is he improves the hand-ins that units do. He doesn't make them gather faster, he makes them deposit more. So as long as your villagers are not depositing, you can empower something else and then swap back. So you can get both of those done, and then you can make the barracks in the back, that's fine. Tons of animals here. Want to be careful not to lose the boars, but this is certainly enough to fend off this little pressure from Nora. So Chemo is definitely doing a fine job. There's the first barracks. The second barracks will be around here. So this just means that the barracks are ultra safe. They're not going to be exposed to any later raids. Atalanta, however, is getting on top of the Vadget. However, the Vadget will be getting out of this position and be relatively fine. A lot of the free animals are going down, however. But as long as Chemo can just get a single kill here, such as the Centaur, he would be happy with that, I would say. Oh, the Oink is going down as well. Atalanta very low on health, however, so you want to be careful with that. Priest will be taking care of the Centaur if it's not careful. It's very low health right now, and there's going to be no way to actually heal it back up. The best you can do is get a little bit of value out of it, get some scouting done, if any of it hasn't happened yet. Nora is also, of course, going for the second town center. Absolutely no surprises with that. That is very, very standard play, for sure. Do I think Titan Quest 2 will come out before February? I know when it will come out, I'm not telling you. That's what the NDAs are for. Watch this space. Winter. Something with winter. Alright, that's the Oseberg wagon, which is actually a relic that I missed. So that will make caravans cheaper, faster, stronger, better. One day there will be caravans, maybe. Many of these games don't go actually super late, but with both of these players being rather solid, I say solid, what I mean is they're top players. I think there's a chance for it to actually go long. This has now become a relevant hunting spot. You might as well throw down a granary here. Whenever you kill set animals, you can just eat them. The monument to soldiers coming up. This probably means there's going to be a Midgard here around the gold mine somewhere. Once Chemo goes to the heroic age, it will be a moment. Like, he did make a handful of units, right? But not too many. It's literally just to protect his villagers. Maybe look for some sneaky damage. Set used to be more animal focused and retold. Okay, I'll explain that real quick. So because when you lose them in retold, you can gather from them. It's a very bad idea to take them to the enemy base. They're still fantastic for yourself, so you should be getting them. And definitely worth converting them out on the map so that they can come to the safe spots so that your villagers don't have to move as well. Keeping them nice and secure and with good drop-off times. That's great stuff still, but you probably don't want to take them to the enemy base. And the monuments, they do not stack, no. You just build... You can't even empower them to make the effect better. Unlike the... other monuments, this one doesn't get anything for empowerment. Anyway, we've got Sekhmet coming in. Citadel will be probably cast immediately, making one of the town centers build or train villagers and other units and researchers faster. It just works 25% faster, basically. Really nice improvement here for that. And we've got Aphrodite, of course. A lot of these units could be just turned into pigs. Maybe all of them. Triple archery range, what's all this about? And the military academy. Not a single plan for cavalry units, but I guess you spot that the other guy isn't making slingers. Or not enough slingers. And you're like, yeah, I'll play into this. There's gonna be chariots with bone bow. In particular, you're going to need your peltasts. So, I'm in agreement with this. Both players also want their naval myth unit spawned, hence the docks. There's no fish on this map. There's plenty of water, but no fish. Great walling by Noah Ra, by the way. He's just really making sure that it's all safe and secure. And in a heroic age, once he has his farming economy going and eats the pigs, I guess he's gonna have a pretty good time with all that. The Scylla versus the Leviathan fight has started. And as the Scylla gains more heads, this will rapidly turn around in its favor. I would say. The Scylla does have a lot less health though, so that's something to keep in mind. And if there's a Vegetan priest helping, that's going to be the other way around. The three-headed Scylla, I think, would have won, but with all this help, it's different. Also, an opportunity to heal up that Leviathan. Scarab's gonna bust through here, supposedly. Why isn't Chemo using Citadel? You're supposed to use it immediately, get the training speed benefits. He's not doing it. Well, now that okay. Now that I said it. Come on. Love that unit. So funny, the sounds. Siege works. Migdor stronghold and everything all together. He's getting Levy Migdor soldiers. He wants them trained fast. Interesting. It's pretty cheap. The Levy upgrades have been reduced a lot in price. Kimo listening in the stream. Yeah, maybe. You never know. Probably not. Okay, so Bone Bow is coming in. That's going to give the chariots 4 extra range. Or 3? It's 3 extra range. It was 4 in the original, so that's what I have in my head still. Peltas should be able to deal with this for the most part, especially if you give them the heavy upgrade, then they'll have 20 range all of a sudden, so it's pretty much where they need to be. Yeah, chariots are gonna not have a great time against that, let me tell you. Artemis is coming through, so that could be a way to get rid of this Citadel. The second cast is 100 favor, which is not unreachable by any means. But the third one is 150. Yeah, I mean, you can get 3 Citadels and have a ridiculous population cap like ISIS would. Even better. Then you get this crazy Bone Bow Chariot Archer army. But they still can't fight against Peltas that well. They have 4 range on them. That's nice, but it's not the end-all be-all. Curse coming through, turning a handful units. Kimo will have more pigs now, but will also have trouble holding against this aggression. The stun, stopping the chariots from shooting for a little bit, allowing the hoplites and peltas to do a little damage. You know, the peltas are not that great against infantry, but against in large numbers against a handful of spearmen, why not? Just shoot the infantry. It's fine. Artemis is nearly through. And that's a lot of farms I'm hearing. So the animals have all been eaten up. Kimo still has some here. And here. So I think it might be a little early to make the transition, but it is what it is. I like the third monument. For sure. Shifting Stance has never been used either. But he's gonna be hit pretty hard here with Earthquake. He's going up Horus himself. He's finally getting ballistics, which will help him shoot at running, chasing units and whatever. And it's gonna be the front TC location that gets Earthquake. Not the production base up front, but just the TC and the Migdol. I guess this Migdol is getting tickled by it, but not too much. Actually, no damage dealt. So it was an okay Earthquake, but it wasn't amazing by any means. And now Horus is in. A tornado could be just used to swoop up the entirety of that Peltas army. Jesus Christ! There go hundreds of resources, ladies and gentlemen. Kimo is eating a little bit of it himself. Oh my god. Kimo! Don't go in there. Why would you go in there? Okay, no worries, no worries. He's getting champion chariots. He's got this Avenger. And he's getting greatest of 50 as well, which will give his infantry a lot more hit points. All infantry, by the way, not just spearmen like in the original game. It's a pretty big deal. Spin to Win Boy has been taken out by the heroes immediately. And we've got more Peltas coming in. The chariots are gonna have to kite from here, because, well, you're not pushing this anytime soon. All these Peltas or the hoplites are just a great army to deal with what Egypt is trying to do. There has still been no second citadel, but there's also no third town center for our Greek players. So economically, Nora has been falling behind for sure. We've got max villagers for Chemo, who's now starting markets, triple market in the very edge of the map. Very happy to see it, by the way. We got Polyphemus on the field, who'll be here to tank. And then we should be seeing a Helepolis, honestly. That will help against all this archer fire, forcing out some melee units, forcing out maybe a siege tower or two. And what I'd like to see from Nora is taking a handful of peltasts and target firing onto different chariot archers with the shift Q. If you can do that one slice at a time, hell, you can start with the big group, shift click a handful of times, and then take a smaller group and shift click onto different targets. That's how you do peltasts. Not too much running around as a full army, because then they'll be wasting their DPS against whatever is in the front. It could be 4 times that if they just shot the chariots, right? So you don't want to mess around with that for too long. Chimera does get taken down. Many of the melee units are just not fighting at all. And we've got finally the Siege Tower versus Helepolis fight we all wanted to see. It's very heavily in favor of the Helepolis in Retold, because the Siege Tower crush armor has been drastically nerfed. Used to be the other way around in the original, no more. Helepolis is more expensive after all, it makes sense, but maybe they've gone a little hard on this, because these guys only have 300 health, right? Yeah, Helepolis is just at double health. Doesn't care. Peltas are kind of not fighting, and Nora is spending more time running around than actually shooting. And Chemo is now starting to overwhelm him with mercenary cavalry also joining the battle. And all he needs at this point, in my view, is a catapult or two. Catapults would be better to actually deal with Helepolis, because they can shoot them from a distance. Hiding behind the bone bow chariots would be the ideal play. Chemo's got a pretty good amount of armory upgrades, by the way. The whole copper line is already done. For the Peltas, we've also got that, as well as champion archers. Also getting the shafts of plague from Artemis is fantastic to see. That's gonna add a lot of damage to these guys, even against melee units. But you still really want them to target the chariots. The chariot ball is getting a little ridiculous, and the Peltas are just not shooting, as Nora always retreats. So eventually, like this, the chariots will even kill the Peltas. This is not good. Chemo's doubling his population count at the moment. And now chariots are getting to work on some villagers. Trade has not happened yet for our Greek player. So the situation with the economy is pretty dire. Let's see what the villagers have got. They are still on plow, no irrigation. It's only now being researched. That's very, very bad. I think that was champion cavalry getting sorted out. That's right. Siege Tower gets the bonk. But Chemo is very happy just kiting this. One shot at a time, he will take this all down. That special attack from Polyphemus is so bad sometimes. Just hit one unit with it. Looks like he just gets taken down here. The kiting is so strong from Chemo. He's barely losing chariots. Picking off so much in response. Nora is in so much trouble, ladies and gentlemen. One thing you could do is spam some Chimera out. Now Chimera, especially once you upgrade them to Tyrants, should be able to deal with the chariots more or less. Right? They're pretty much the same speed. And their AoE is fantastic against these clumped units. But I just don't see it happening enough. Only one Chimera is being made. Plenty of space for more. You know, one thing that is not happening for anyone thus far is active dodging. So ballistics can be outplayed. You see where the arrow is going, then you give your units a quick move order to try and dodge it. It can get so much done. We've got the second Citadel Center from Chemo, so his max population is now 240. Especially with this 4th town center coming in, and that's before he actually gets himself fortified town center. That upgrade is still not done. He should do it soon. Selling some resources, very reasonable for that. But right now he's just getting himself iron weapons, which is also a good idea. Well, the camos up front will be tanking the peltas while the chariots go to work. The Pharaoh is also helping out against the Chimera. Never had a chance really. I mean, look. Guys, the Egyptian heroes here are doing divine damage. The myth units still have more or less legacy stats. So it's just a massive, massive buff to have access to divine damage on these heroes. So much easier to deal with individual Chimera and stuff like that. The camos are just punching through all of these ranged units. Peltas just don't have enough DPS to really deal with this. And I think Chemo is just putting this game away slowly but surely. He's getting catapults, he's getting engineers, making them even better in the long run. And No Ra is just stuck on his 2TC setup. Is there any hope here for Nora? The production bar is just ginormous for Chemo. Even Force of the West Wind is coming through. Wow. Alright, maybe the Hoplites have a chance. Maybe the Hoplites, and maybe if Nora waits for a second or third Chimera even to take this fight. All of the chariots have died now. But there should be nothing stopping Chemo from getting some fortified TC upgrades. Well, the one, there's only one. Still gathering gold, he's getting started with the layering. By the way, if you have engineers, the siege weapons start doing splash damage against walls, so as well as bonus damage. I think they start with splash damage actually. Either way, layering this close to each other, the walls will be both destroyed. Just saying. Catapult getting shot back at for now. It's too close to the shore. Actually, the catapult will lose. Chemo needs to move it. There's two catapults where that came from. Oh! There's no resources to repair. Militia are getting unleashed, but right into the faces of the Axemen, who are, by the way, buffed by greatest of 50. So these are some super, super Axemen. I'm not sure if they have Axe of Vengeance. Yes, they do. So they have bonus against buildings as well. And that's gonna be it. Chemo takes game 1 in this best of 5 series. Beautifully done. No Ra only won the Relic game in this. It was looking good in the beginning, right? Like, the boom for our Greek player wasn't too bad by any means. It's just, after Chemo had this third town center and nothing was really done about it, that really hurt Nora's prospects of moving on to the later stages, and the Chariots just immensely, immensely outkilled him. Because his peltas were just moving around and not fighting. RIP. Plenty of opportunities to come back though. Right, going back to this screen. Let's give Chemo a point and find out what the next map is. The map pick is actually Noras, and it's gonna be Elysium. I like these guys. They're moving fast. That's how it should be. Oh god. I've done everything wrong. Apologies. The players were not flipped. Now they're flipped. This is how it was. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Alright, there will be a god picker for this momentarily. Just a matter of moments. Could Mass Prodromos work? Well, you know, you're up against Horus Spearmen, and the chariots are overwhelming in numbers, so it will be costly. It can work, but it will be costly. Most important thing is that you have to use your peltasts. Alright, let's see what the god pick's gonna be. Fair enough, guys, fair enough. It's too many buttons. I can't handle it. Really can't. Too weak. Okay, we've got ourselves an Oranos versus Thor. Should be cool. Chemo being the Oranos, of course. So this should be pretty soon. The guys must be hosting. Chemo's lobby is up, so we'll be in Elysium in no time. With these draft formats, you need to be able to play pretty much all the gods. Like, in a best of 5, you already end up using the entirety of the selection, right? Almost. In the best of 7, you actually do use everything. AOM is a retirement. Oh god. I would hope that's not the case, but I can see your point. We're definitely a smaller scene at the moment. I would really hope that the DLCs can push this further. But honestly, it would probably take an AOM 2 to really break out of the numbers. And I'm not sure they will do it. I'm not sure they will do it. Alright, gamers. Elysium. We're going. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live, I think. This should be working. Is that right? I'm just hidden. I have to reconnect my camera. Unfortunately, I've had some issues with my internet, so being very unfortunate for sure. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? It doesn't want to grab my camera. Anyways, let me see if I can late join that game, and then we'll see what we can do. I do apologize, everyone. There's a massive storm here in the UK at the moment, so my internet just died. That's basically it. Very unfortunate though. We obviously lost all the viewers. So yeah, let's see if I can still get into that game with Chemo and Nora. We'll probably be late though. Now my phone doesn't want to connect to my controlling app where I switch to scenes. Yay. So many issues. No camera. Oh god. What have I done? I don't even see the lobby between these two players. Alright, they've been underway for 8 minutes. I'm gonna try to join it. That's worked. What is happening? Alright, I'll just do everything by hand. First off, we'll try to fix that camera link. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is going to be a late join, and we are going to fast forward this in hopes that the game doesn't actually have any issues. In the blue color, we have got Chemo going with Oranos here, and his opponent on the other side of Elysium is going to be Nora going in with the 4. We are seeing the early Dwarven Armory. That will help pump out some extra dwarves there, of course. And we've got plenty of chicken kills as well. So that's going to be for the upgrade here, which is Hammer of Thunder. Takes 5 favor, so you have to kill all these units in order to get it. Yeah, once again, apologies to all the live viewers. I had an internet outage due to the massive storm that's going on in the UK, and yeah, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. So we are at least back live. The YouTube streams are moving as well, so this is great. Okay. I hope the chat sharing is also going still. I think it is. I think it's fine. Prometheus is gonna come in, and we've also got copper shields. Some more dwarves, more dwarves. It's only dwarves. Always has been. Some nice little walling in action, as you do against Atlanteans. They will be coming over to bully you. And no doubt, Valor should be used on heroes here. On hero villagers here. Because that will allow you to later get Theft of Fire as an upgrade, which will make them work 20% faster individually. So you just use all your Valors on these guys. You get all your favor anyway from the oracles early on, which are free units essentially. Chemo is just going for the second TC in order to economically keep up with the old dwarf economy, and as predicted, Theft of Fire is getting clicked in. Doesn't cost that much favor at all. We've also got another Valor available already. And with this double speed playback, we are actually catching up with the players for the most part. So I really hope that we're not going to get cut off at the end of this replay. That's why we're going fast. Gotta go fast. Oracles are all maxed out. There is also an extra oracle, so it's now 4 of them, gathering more favor for Chemo, so you can keep affording that Valor. And meanwhile, the Prometheans were looking for some damage, but didn't end up finding any. More upgrades. Mithril Breastplate is now done for Chemo, so even more dwarves. He can just keep this up forever. Nobody can stop him. Actually, the 2TC seems to be putting a dent in his ideas, because this is now 36 civilian population versus 30. Dwarves are not that good, right? But that little raid with the Berserks is certainly doing some amount of work. I'm expecting around 3 more minutes of double speed casting. I'm so sorry, guys, but we have to do it because the game has a high chance of glitching out if the players finish up before us. And then we just don't get to see anything. So this is better than nothing, I would vote. Oh, really good catch on that villager there with the Berserks. There was space in the manor, but Chemo didn't make use of it. Now the manor will be destroyed, and these guys are getting a lot of work done. Overall, giving the Norse player a little bit of extra favor to use. Now to keep up with these, Empyrean speed will be needed. That will make the Murmillo faster. Wow. Stylish with the walling. Doesn't want Chemo to have anything to do with this gold mine. So far, so good. The gold block strategy is probably the optimal one here, as Chemo will be looking to get to the next ages and whatnot. Easier said than done. That citizen is on 8 health. If the Berserks later can get around to that, that's huge. Not sure you can take on the Murmillo, but hey, if they're not fighting back, then why not? They're medium Murmillo, but they're outnumbered by the Berserks here, kinda. Some of these weak ones can, of course, be Valored up, saving the unit, but now Valor costs 10 favor. You kind of don't want to do that anymore. Maybe more hero citizens is really the way forward. That will actually pay for itself over time. A hero, more mellow, is you better just convert it for actual resources. It's not that expensive. Bragi is coming in alongside heavy infantry getting pre-queued by Nora, so these Berserks are gonna get bonkers. We also got the healing spring in a very forward location. He's super confident that he can pull this off. Chemo is trying to get in, but isn't going to. So he builds a sky passage on the far side of the map, but guess what? There's a longhouse here. So it's not going to be super easy to get after that. The sky passage, however, will help to transport the entire military here. But this activates Nora's response. 12 Berserks. Flaming weapons potential. And there's much more coming. These are heavy now. No, they're about to be. And there it is. Heavy Berserks versus heavy Murmillos. Flaming weapons should be happening anytime, especially if you wait out the chaos to happen like this. Chemo, of course, does get to escape with just minimal units left behind to take out the sky passage. The Berserks are now looking to go to town. In the town, holy crap, those villagers just dying left and right. I'm actually really enjoying this double speed cast in the Age of Mythology. Maybe it should be played faster. This is nice. The Berserks are absolutely wrecking everything, but now they're getting fought back against. It's the battle boards that are holding everything down, and Nora will be victorious here, taking down the entirety of the army, and the town center was just going to be next anyway. How did you guys like that double speed cast? Maybe we should do this all the time. keeps me at a higher energy level. Crazy kill death ratio, beautiful gold starve, and just doing everything that you need to do. You only need one unit type. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm having real trouble doing the production now behind the scenes as the internet connection loss actually broke my tooling. The next map is going to be Midgard. And we have to flip the names again. For the drafting view. Once again, incorrect. Should be like this. Time now. There we go. Yeah, this whole flipping thing in game is messing me up. I have to flip the gods. I mean, the players in the game because their slots are assigned based on what player number they are, not what their location on the map is. Alright, gamers. Midgard. I'm getting the god info for you guys at the moment. Proud of Nora. Fair enough. Fair enough. Got Zeus versus Isis coming right up. Let's do it. That's a classic. While we wait for the lobby, as I don't see it yet, I'm gonna see if I can fix this silly connection timeout situation. I'm gonna restart this app on my phone, and hopefully I can control everything. Don't worry, channel, it's not game by game, it's for the series. It's 1-1, and it's a best of 5, right? So anything can still happen. Damn, we lost all the viewers on Twitch, didn't we? That's brutal. Is Stream Together still working? Actually, I'm not sure it is. Like, it's not showing anything. I'm gonna do a real quick chat sharing and re-enabling. Oh, the whole session is over. Okay. So we need to restart the stream together. Got it. Okay. And then we start sharing the chat. Now it should work. I hope. Unfortunately, I can't make my phone connection with my app to control the scenes. That's really bad. That is really bad. Alright, let's see if I can close that down as well. Meanwhile, I still don't see a lobby from these guys, so I'm assuming it's not started yet. See in the Discord if they have any issues. Doesn't look like it. So we should be expecting it any moment, really. But it gives me time to fix my stuff, which is great. How about now? Oh, it's back. It's back. I had to press the restart button on it, finally. Nice. You have a storm too. It doesn't help, but hope it's okay. I've got everything working. I'm happy with that. I think the stream together thing doesn't work though. It really doesn't seem to be working. Where are these boys? Well, we wait. It's fine. Oh. Okay, Nora was smoking. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Okay, the stream together should be working. It's just not showing on my dashboard. Okay. Man, this system really doesn't like my disconnections. No surprise there. It's working fine for you guys. Cool. Thanks for sharing. It's funny. I see it on my personal channel, but not on my... Okay, now it's refreshed. It took its sweet time to show for me. But it's been there the whole time. Cool. Yeah, I don't have to restart it. Well, we did lose, however, almost all the viewership, so I'm not sure I'll be doing much more after this one. We'll definitely finish the series, but beyond that, no promises, because we lost like over half. I think it's just not meant to be. After the series, I'll probably just go and spend some time with my wife. We'll get him tomorrow. Where is Chemo? Ah, it's up. We're going to Midgard. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here on Midgard. Game 3. The blue color. We've got Chemo playing as Zeus, and on the other side, playing as the red Isis. This is Nora. Now, I've got to swap around the player tags super quickly, so give me a second. Then we'll chit-chat about stuff. Alright, that's swapped now. Very good. Very good indeed. Everything's in order. Now, let's talk a little bit about Midgard. This is very different from pretty much every other map. Anatolia is comparable, but this is still different. This is more aggressive than Anatolia. But similarly to Anatolia, you get a ton of docks and fishing ships in this matchup in particular, but not too many. And you certainly don't commit too hard to water fighting, because Isis will be looking for a fast heroic. Getting ancestors to clips with the Midgard stronghold towards the middle, it's very, very easy for them to do. And for Greek, well, you'll be spending a lot of your resources on the fishing economy. You'll be going up Dionysus yourself, so having access to restoration and bronze together can certainly take on Ancestors in Eclipse, but you only get your free heroes, so if the Ancestors Eclipse is in too many places at once, you won't be able to adequately protect yourself against that, so walls are of the essence as well. And Kimo's actually making a huge mistake here by not putting down the storehouse. I'm not sure what's happened, but he forgot. Those villagers went on a bit of a journey. But it's fine. He's fixing it. We've got 4 relics. The Pandora's box. That's gonna reduce Myth unit favor cost. Very nice for Egypt in particular in the early game, and then later for Greek as well. We got Ptah's Scepter for cheaper farms. Not gonna be a problem for the longest time. We got the Titan's Treasure for cheaper age ups. That's fantastic for both sides here. Anchor Fra for free favor trickles. Is this one idle? Yes. Yes, that one's idle. Well, Kimo's finding plenty of fishing spots. There's no issue with that. But guess what? Egypt also wants additional docks on this map, so definitely should be going for that. I also like this back walling with the houses, but it's a little excessive. You can make it way shorter than this. You know, if people break through, they break through anyway. So just make a short wall rather than this. I guess it saves the villager the walking time, and then it can join back to get to work. Very efficient in that sense. Okay, we got 3 docks already for Kimo. Tons and tons of fishing ships. No firm dock yet for our Isis, but Bast has been clicked up. So this can work out very nicely in the sense that, you know, Zeus might make a bunch of hoplites and go after the docks that are very outside of everything, but that threat remains. Either way, it's gonna be Hermes, not Athena, to my great surprise. Of course, you can pretty much cancel half of Ancestor's Eclipse with this thing, with Ceasefire, but then you don't get restoration. So your army is gonna be what it is. Picks up Pandora's box for cheaper Myth units here. And of course, should be expecting pickaxe and prosperity on this gold mine once that's done. Propelling Egypt to next stage, supposedly. No, we're not doing it. Armory and market getting made, and the next house ditto. Kimo's just chilling at home. No units, no nothing. Going straight to heroic on both sides. Another reason I was so surprised by this whole situation. Oh, is this the second TC? You're kidding me. Okay, that's fascinating. So not going Athena also means that your hoplites are worse, and hoplites are one of the core units to be using here. The chariots, well, they'll be killing them, yes, but if you're up heroic and they're bronzed and you've got peltas behind them, the chariots are not gonna kill them. So that is one consideration to have there. And then you can get, of course, Sarissa, which gives them some more damage, as well as the Aegis shield upgrade, giving them more pierce armor, making them even better against situations like chariots, like Ancestor's Eclipse. They'll just be holding so much better. Well, being on 2 TCs, the heroic age is markedly slower. Chemo's already halfway up Dionysus, and that Scylla will be ravaging the land, or the sea rather. Also got the Olympia parentage research, that's gonna give a lot of extra hit points, and further reduce their training time. That's actually a new effect in Retold. That wasn't a thing in the original. Going after the Sphinx now. Nora should be saving this, no issue. Who is Nora? Wow, no respect in the chat. Zero respect. Oh, that got disrespected as well. Sphinx is dead. He's a long time AOM player. Way before Retold he was around and already doing well. Nephthys is coming up, but Chemo completes per scene, making his fishing ships gather pretty quick. Prosperity is doing its work. Look at that gold bank. It's nasty. You can throw down a double Midgard stronghold at this point. My goodness. Norad's gonna be rich. Dionysia is getting research, some extra hit points for your units. Tons of cavalry coming in from Chemo, so he's just going for the super Hippeos instead. It's pretty obvious now. At some point he'll be getting Thracian horses as well as a spirited charge, which will make them even better, but we already have some medium spearmen here. Pharaoh and Priest working away on the Hydra. So that one won't be getting too many heads anytime soon. Spears are doing okay. There's plenty of barracks here, right? And then the Midgard stronghold comes in. You can add in a bunch of camels. They'll be dealing bonus against Cav as well. Pharaoh got picked off, but he's a free boy. Not a huge issue whatsoever. And Ancestors Eclipse is gonna get cast in the main base. The Eclipse Scorpion Man is also ravaging the villagers. Everybody has to garrison. And that's gonna be a pretty large shutdown of the economy. Right now, Chemo is barely getting anything other than actually food. Bronze has been used on these Hippeos, but they're not fighting. What is going on here? The minions are just all over the base, making sure that no villager can pop out in any direction, otherwise he'll jump on it. And yeah, it seems to me the Spearmen and the Midgard Stronghold together should be able to hold this back. Even with bronze, the villagers are coming out to pull out the kitchen knives, and Chemo has to use ceasefire in order to keep his villagers working, hopefully. But still, he has a bunch garrison. Gotta pop those out. At least the ships have been working in the meantime, but guess what? No Ra is taken over the map. There's actually a likelihood of him running away with this game from here. The Mythic Age isn't terribly far away. You can just make chariots only, stop a little bit of the spear production. It's risky though. It's really risky against all these Hippeos. But you could try a quick Mythic and see what happens when you meteor the base. There's plenty of buildings all over the place, so they'll likely soak the meteor. But if you hit a large clump of villagers, those could die. The other play is to go hard in heroic and go for the gold control. Oh, the chariots! No attack move! Yikes! You're supposed to attack move in AOM Retold. This is no longer the old game from the early 2000s where attack move doesn't work. Yikes! That was painful. Now all the spearmen are paying the price, and Chemo can capitalize, maybe even get ahead. Although the villager situation is very much in the other direction. Yeah, those camels are not doing so hot. The Hydra can kind of chew them up, but this is way too many units to deal with. like, Nora has way too much stuff here. Heavy cavalry is finally coming in for chemo. You can barely afford all this stuff, man. Nice to see some Toxotes, but Peltas would have been even better. Double Hydra going to work. They're not upgraded yet. They do, well, this one has a second head, but it's also dead. So that's not so great. The camels now out. Should be able to deal with the majority of the Hippeus. It's just a matter of a little bit of focus firing from the chariots, and the heroes should be going down. Then the chariots can open up on the regular army. Meanwhile, Nora's 2TC economy is just going to the moon. But there are some Scylla on sea going to work. Wow, one-shotting those ships. Destroying the dock in no time as well. Nora's gonna need a few more units out, but the kiting on the chariots has been fantastic. The Peltas is having trouble keeping up, as it's just one of it. If it was like 10 of it, then that would be a very different kind of story. Chemo now getting a fortress up to protect his villagers. That will be very needed indeed. Yeah, snipe those Peltas fast, and then the Toxotes will be easier to pick off. Hydra getting owned, man. All this divine damage is too much. Chemo struggling to hold on to dear life as he's starting to fall behind in the military population significantly now. The Peltas just getting not microed on the chariots. They're shooting anything but. Okay, now they're working on the chariots, but the chariots get pulled back, and suddenly the Peltas are shooting at other stuff. I just wish he did that. Yes, that's good. Now he's shift-clicked them onto the chariots. That's so important to do. And suddenly Nora's army evaporates, putting Chemo in an equal position as far as population is concerned overall. But the civilian pop part is still very, very poor. One thing he's got going for himself is that his Scylla could still get some work done. They are still chilling here, so long idle time. But if they went after the remaining ships, Chemo would actually be in an okay economic position. He could afford himself this TC, Spirited Charge, maybe even more tax like Frisian horses and the armory upgrades, which are actually already in. But he could go even harder in the heroic age, add a patrol blast or two, add all 3 heroes. That's very difficult to deal with for these Migdol units. Oh boy, second prosperity. Nora will be rich. So many villagers working away at this. He's going mythic. I'm sure this is supposed to be an Osiris pick, right? That's what I'd expect. Because guess what? These Prodromos and Peltas are fantastic against that army. Son of Osiris doesn't care if you're upgraded in terms of armor. He's dealing divine damage. Oh, it's gonna be taught? What? Alright. I would have liked Osiris here, guys, because Son of Osiris can kill this army by himself, pretty much, with some backup. Then you convert them with mummies. What are you gonna do? Like, you need Bellerophon to deal with that. Especially these low HP counter units aren't gonna perform well against divine damage dealers. It is Osiris. Nice. I like it. The caster's always right or something. Oh, this big engagement though for Nora, I'm not sure I like that. See, the Prodromos are kind of winning against the Camel Riders. It's equal-ish, but it's good enough with the backup of the range units. And the Peltas have destroyed the chariots. So now, off the back of this, suddenly, Nora doesn't have much of an army. Had he his entire army up still from earlier, I think it would be a very different situation. The Son of Osiris would be a game changer. But now, he's gone for the big fight, and it really did not pay off. Did you see that moving camel just dodging all the shots? The spearman as well? That is something that you really gotta make use of against that many Peltas. Midgard Stronghold is like barely shooting anything. This is such a long time to target. It also misses the cav. Villagers with their kitchen knives trying to defend. Son of Osiris is in, ladies and gentlemen. Chemo himself is still really far away from the mythic age. We should be seeing a handful of extra mummies getting pumped. There is favor for 2 of them. So there should be 3 mummies on the field momentarily. There will be catapults as well. And then the Son of Osiris should be able to put on some real damage with that combination. But with only 1 mummy, I'm not so convinced. It's currently chilling in the siege tower. There he is. See if he's taking any damage. A little bit of damage, yeah. Right down, the Son of Osiris is finishing off all these Peltas. They were cursed by the mummy, so that's going to immediately spawn 4 separate minions, which will be the new Egyptian frontline. Another special attack by the mummy has been used up. The heroes are now coming out, and the Son of Osiris is just putting this army to sleep forever. Let's see if he can survive, however, against the tide of cavalry coming in. There is no overwhelming force here for Nora to handle this. He will need some spearmen to deal with the mass cavalry, because his own camels are just not good enough. Not right now. Maybe with further upgrades. He's got bronze armor, which is great, and if he could afford Desert Wind, then even better. But seems to just not have resources, as he's spending it all on farming, of all things. Son of Osiris is getting a little bit overwhelmed here. Like I said earlier, he's a beast. He can definitely kill all this stuff, but he needs support. He needs some support, because he's not a tank himself. He's a damage dealer. Still, I guess the Midgard Stronghold is a tank. So that's gonna do the tanking. Where are the mummies? We are floating 70 favor. Oh, without the mummy, this is not gonna work. Oh, garrisoning out right into the army as well. That was painful. Chain Lightning doing a lot of work regardless of everything, but eventually the Son of Osiris will go down. Especially once Chemo can finally afford Mythic, which isn't actually too far out at this point. I think he's overwhelming Nora at the moment. Somehow he's made it work. All these fishing ships are just doing the work, ladies and gentlemen. They are doing the work, and Hera gets clicked in as well. Should be now no problem to destroy the fortress. Kill the Son of Osiris. Oh, we can't garrison. Oh boy. One more getaway. Odysseus should be able to snipe him if microed. Got another fortress. Yeah, Chemo should consider a patrol blast to take this thing down. Good takedown on Odysseus. Really good micro overall by Nora. This thing is on 1 hit points. Oh! And he's dead. But so is Chemo's entire cavalry army. He's now trying to take this third town center. And our ISIS player is still in an okay position overall, but not up in villagers, certainly down in fishing ships. So Chemo already is in a better spot. And we're seeing a freaking Ancestors cast at 21 minutes in the game. to my great surprise, it is actually taking care of this gold mine location. Chemo has to garrison an abandoned ship. But for how long? Because he'll be back with a vengeance using Lightning Storm potentially. Something that camels can very easily escape, by the way. Gonna use Ceasefire. That's fine. Why didn't Chemo use Bolt? On Son of Osiris, you can't. It's not a valid target. Like, you can't use it on villagers, or the Nidhogg, or Son of Osiris. They're special cases. If it was that easy, then I would never suggest to go Osiris. Am I sure? Yes. It doesn't say on the tooltip, but it's true. You can try it yourself. Retoad completely disabled it. Well, the addition of the Spearman is a big help. It's not quite enough. But hey, all these camels can now run into the town center or the Midgard stronghold. The rest of them will die, but that's a price that our boy Nora is willing to pay. We're gonna have Medusa. Okay, we've got the Medusa endgame, ladies and gentlemen. Finally. Finally somebody is doing it and it's not me. Yes. I'm so happy. Triple Medusa coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Quad Medusa with the free one. Face of the Gorgon will be in very quickly, and then Monstrous Rage should be coming soon. Then you get Burning Pitch, and you just destroy buildings. They outrange buildings. It's insane. Who needs Petroblos anyway? Now, you have to bear in mind that priests are really good at dealing with them, but if you micro nicely, it should be fine. Chemo did not go Apollo, so you won't have Healing Tempo to also pair with that. Too bad, but it is what it is. Doesn't need it. And we're not gonna see the Medusa. I am so... I have no words. I'm sad. Devastated even. Nora doesn't want us to see the Medusa. Otherwise everybody will start doing it on ladder. Makes sense. Makes sense. The score is now 2-1 in favor of Chemo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. So we're back to this. And I gotta do a flip. And actually avoid the win to our Zeus player. Trying to get information for the next map. Nora will be needing to announce his map, because we're not quite at the end yet. It's gonna be between Ghost Lake and Land Unknown. The remaining available gods are Oranos for Chemo. Wait, no, he used it. Yeah, he's got Kronos and Set. No, he used Set, didn't he? What am I talking about? He's only got Set. No, Gaia and Kronos are available for Chemo, and for Nora it's Hades and Odin. Map is gonna be Ghost Lake. We don't yet have a God Picker. We'll get there though. Maybe got the viewership back. Maybe I'll throw in the next series just for you guys. Everybody came back. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do one replay series then. Damn, internet connection just messing with me today. Damn it, Chandler. The qualifiers are always based on your ladder points. So you're gonna have a lot of players now using tournament points, but the meta place points are only for the main event, right? And among those, there's 3 people that are winning these qualifiers, right? And those guys are gonna be ranked in order of their esports points, as seen on aomstats.io. Everyone else by their meta place points for the main event. But for the qualifiers, it's a mix of esports points and elo. Just trying to keep things as fair as possible and give you guys some room to move it around, because facing someone at the very top in your first round is just devastating, right? So elo in game gives you some chances to have some movement. And then when Metaplay starts hosting separate events, like, you know, our own events, then we'll be segregating it by skill level, so you can face similarly skilled players in each tournament, rather than having this giant everybody plays the same tournament thing. So fewer players per tournament with that setup, but more equal games. Okay, we've got our matchup. It's gonna be Gaia versus Hades, finally. Finally we know. It's a Dazzler. Oh my dog. Oh meow god. What's up? There's all the information. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. Welcome, raiders. So you're already done with your side. Wow. Well, now that I've gotten the raid, I'm not just gonna do the last game in the series. What we're gonna do is actually do an extra cast. Something from replays. How about it? Yeah, Gaia. It's gonna be a thing. Expect a lot of Cantarius. Maybe he'll do the Rapple, actually, but probably, I mean, it's chemo. You can make Cantarius for pretty much the cost of more Milo. So you just make Cantarius, right? Flames, you want your game? We'll look into it. We will look into it. But for now, Chemo versus Nora is up. I'll send you guys to the map intro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ghost Lake. This may as well be the last game of the series. It's a best of 5, right? But 2-1 score already. Can this man put it away and go out with a quick victory? Kimo in the blue color playing as Gaia. And on the other side of the map in the red, this is No-Ra. He will need 2 back-to-back victories against the Frenchy boy. Can he get it done? This is very, very difficult. Kimo is a tough nut to crack, especially his Gaia. But certainly with Hades, you have some potential there. Immediately off the bat, Kimo is just getting his economic upgrades. They're getting done very quickly as well. So this is kind of brutal to play against. You're dealing with so much additional income from the archaic age on. It doesn't pay itself off immediately, but very quickly it will do. That's something to watch out for. No-Ra will be needing the support of the chat, that's for sure. If he wants to change the future here. I really like, for starters, that he's sharing the storehouse between the wood line and the gold mine. This is some fantastic economics. He's saving the 50 wood that the storehouse costs. He's saving the time that the villagers would spend on building the thing. And he's saving the time he would build a granary because he's been luring all the Aurochs under the town center. And they're in a perfect spot as well. So this is the cheapest age advance you've ever seen. Technically, he wouldn't have needed a house if he goes a little harder on the food there. But hey, we're going out with the villager to shank the oracle with the villager. So the kitchen knife will be showing him who's boss. And that should reduce the favor income of our Atlantean player at least a little bit to start with. Very important because, well, Atlanteans start with triple oracle, right? That's a lot of favor income. It's pretty much like as if you had praying villagers once their line of sight goes full. So this villager going across the map all the way is certainly a heavy commitment here by No-Ra, and there's no guarantee that he'll actually get the kill. The oracle isn't getting formation moved in any way, so no tricks here. Oh! All the way to the base, that's what it took. Now, the villager will be leaving. Has to waddle all the way back through the map. It's gonna be a distant journey. We've got Athena clicked up with Ajax coming out, so potentially another oracle kill might be on the table if No-Ra finds it early enough. And getting that done is actually a lead for our Greek player. But let's see the relics that are in question, because you might just want to pick those up, right? 20% favor cost reduction for Mythiots with Pandora's box is a great one. You should pick that up, I think. Then we've got the Head of Orpheus for some building line of sight. Of course, that's great, but no huge immediate effect. Arrows of the Alphar will be making building damage better. And we've got the Titan's Treasure for age up discounts. It's all good. It's all good. You want all of those, but there is certainly a priority of that one first. Yes, the cheaper myth units. Then probably the Arrows of the Alpha for better buildings. As with Hades, you're already going to be on the defense, right? You'll be casting your Zom at some point. Maybe with a forward TC. That's exactly what's happening. So yeah, this technically isn't undefended because you're just going to Zom it up. And Kimo already suspects that something like this will happen, so he's getting a TC of his own. He's getting the forest. And that's what he will chop. For the longest time, he gets to enjoy that. Right now, going for the berries or pumpkins. A little bit of hunt, of course. Even in the back of his base, which is definitely nice. He should go for that later. Or this. But in the main, you don't want to have a whole migration situation, right? So that can wait. Right, the villager joins the others. Soon it's gonna be time to make a new storehouse because this is all walking, right? But don't expect any units anytime soon here. Eating the boar in the back. We've got further upgrades coming in, like bow saw and shaft mine. Chemo is getting ridiculously ahead with income using that. But hey, here's the two citizen heroes, and they are looking to shank the Minotaur, but one of them wasn't really able to get to it. So this hero is actually getting a lot of damage in. And I don't think the citizen can get away. Where's the Caladria? Ah! I don't think the heal is gonna be in time. This is a dead villager. Whoa. That's a huge, huge early game boon for him. Sure, now the full heal is through. But the next one is gonna be too far out. And I think these two are gonna get the kill. Trying to bait the villager into the Minotaur. Wow, that heal is fast. Wait, it's faster than Ajax can kill her. Okay. Good stuff. Would need Achilles to join the party there. Oh, Carnivora is actually wrecking the base. It's got no damage against villagers, so technically the villagers can kitchen knife this down. But they just decided to evacuate the area and go for gold mining over here instead. This is fine, but you still gotta deal with the Carnivora. It's got 3 attacks, mind you, so... However, even though it's attacking 3 different targets, you get the damage divided between those. So it's a total of 20 damage per second, yes, but it's spread across the arms. Okay, we got pickaxe as well as vaults of Erebus coming in. 2 gold per second trickle forever is actually a pretty big deal. So getting that as soon as you are reasonably able to is always a good idea. Quite a bit of damage dealt to Achilles by the Carnivora. But hey, he got the kill. That's what matters. So Carnivora's damage increases with range. I actually don't remember that. But what I do remember is that it has a little bit of snaring on it, so that it can pull back distant units that it targets. It slows them down as well. I don't know if it increases with range. I haven't paid attention to that. That's interesting. Wait, does it say? This one might. Slows movement speed by 40% for 2 seconds. Pulls hit human soldiers and villagers. Myth units as well, but not titans. Okay, it doesn't say anything about scaling range. Scaling damage with range, so maybe not. Alright, Freya has been reached in the meantime, by the way. We've got Poseidon's Secret coming in. Chemo's usual business. Heavy cavalry as well. It's pretty cheap for Atlanteans, seeing as you only have the 1 cavalry unit, but does that mean it's too cheap? Well, maybe. Does he need the 3 dryads? Maybe not. You know, all these things for Gaia are adding up. We're getting freaking carpenters now for dirt cheap. So these citizens will have insane gather rates on wood. Couple that with Mass Contarius, there will be trouble ahead. Terma is an archer. It's not a cav. I mean, it's tagged as cav, but doesn't get the benefit of anything. That's for cav. The counter units, though, on the other hand, they make use of that. Alright, we've also got Quarry coming in soon. For the chemo man. Sarissa, as well as all the weapon armor upgrades are coming in for Nora, but it's only in 1 building, so it will take forever to get them all sorted out. Ah, Poseidon's Secret. Okay. Yes, Poseidon's Secret does affect Terma. You're right. But you're not supposed to be making Terma in the heroic age too much. Oh, that's a great card. Oh my god. It got every single Contarius. That's sick. That is actually sick. Oh my god. That was amazingly good. Okay, now I want to say the Sarissa Hoplites should be able to defend themselves against this. I think. Irrigation is coming in for our Greek player. Certainly does not have favor for this now. I mean, food for this now. Can't really keep up. But the heroes, the Minotaur, they'll be holding their own for a moment at least. And then hopefully the income will kick in time. The walls will be buying a little bit of time as well. But this is all pretty open, right? And there's just too many Contarius. I think Chemo is still in a fantastic position at 50 military population versus 10. So flooding out the hoplites is certainly not the way right now. Zom is gonna help a lot, of course. With several of them getting to shoot at the same time. The Nemean Lion doing some work also. TC shooting these cavalry is great. It's all about now those hoplites picking off the weak Contarius and doing their absolute best. That forward fortress is very ambitious. I don't like it. We've also got the Arcus heroes picking off the Nemean Lion, but in comes the restoration. The stun does go through, at least slows down these units quite significantly, and we're gonna have a bunch of Peltast. It's a great use, of course, of the extra wood that Nora has, and now that the farming is up and running, income will be in place for further hoplite production. This is really not gonna be too bad from here. Just needs to somehow not die in the next 2 minutes and catch up with that 20 population gap in the army. If that can be done for Nora, I think he's okay. Does he have the Cav Hero tech? It's no longer a Cav Hero tech, it affects everybody. So Lance of Stone is working on the regular Contarius also. He does have it. It gives them a little bit extra damage, basically. Kata's trying to get after the Arcus, but it's easier said than done for sure. Chiron is kind of taking a beating from all these Contarius. Hoplites gonna be tanking to the best of their abilities. I love the Peltas garrison through here. Not sure what the Petrobolas is all about, but it's here nonetheless. More ungarrisons taking down every single Arcus for the most part. Oh no, there's more healing. Caladria in the back is still alive. And it looks like the Contarius are just too large in number, ladies and gentlemen. They are gonna take over this battle. I think we're almost at the point where Chemo just wins. But for now, it's all about, can he make all the extra dryads that he needs? Because, you know, if the Contarius alone dive on top of the hoplites, they're gonna have a bad time. It's not enough by itself. The hoplites have 46% hack armor, so even though their health doesn't look that crazy, you have to look at effective HP there. Yeah, I used to love as well when Lance of Stone was an anti-building tech. That was unique. But now they made Poseidon's Secret a little bit too good, so I think it would be terrible. So you would have to change both if you wanted that back, I think. Not against it. That's super fun and cool. I just don't think in the current state it would be good or healthy for the game. A lot of villagers will die, but that is something that makes Chemo happy. So let's see the villagers die. Heavy infantry is in for our Greek player. Gotta run from this. Hey, the Cav did their job. That's fine. Settlement is getting grabbed and nobody can see. So this whole secretive operation is, I think, great for Chemo. He should be starting up his double market as well. It's only a single market for now. But there goes the Mythic Age. Atlas has been clicked. And if he just doesn't mess up, if he takes reasonable fights, then Implode will be absolutely brutal for our Greek player to deal with. There's a lot of defensive hoplites ready to go. And the Nemean Lion will be stunning basically the entire army, but only for a short time. I'm not sure how they went in. I guess there's a gap with this house there. That's rather unfortunate. Forks has also raided us earlier. I missed it. Thank you very much. We don't have notifications in this round, but I appreciate you. Nonetheless, lots of viewers today. With all that in mind. Hope you had a great stream. These Dryads going down left and right. But I don't think Chemo cares in particular. He's still gonna be max pop. Made so many extra units. He should be probably adding in some destroyers while he's waiting for the mythic. And then he can make some fire siphons, of course. That's a lot of Nemean Lions. But hey, you just cast Implode on top of this. What's the Greek player gonna do? Carnivora is in. Ha! Great use of the Contarius flanking the Peltas. They'll take them down without any issue, but the hoplites are just too great in number for the Contarius to work like they are. It's all about the Arcus now. I think Chemo went in a little bit too hard here. Wasn't necessary at all. Implode is in. Let's see if he'll use it. Probably not worth it on the smaller army. You can just kite with the Arcus, right? That's totally fine. Take down these Myth units. Which will require some heroes. Which he's not getting, actually. Got the Blob. Argus will help to clean up this army and tank. Oh! The acid blob exploded, hurting at least one of these lions quite a lot. And we're pumping these Dryads pretty hard now for Chemo. Got a lot of resources, so I'd love to see him spend it. Gotta hit that shift button sometimes. Get it done fast and actually have a maxed queue. He has a lot of buildings, so it will be distributed nicely. But we've got the Implode, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna pull in a lot of the villagers. He's trying to save at least some of them. Nora does get away with some, but so many got pulled in. Oh my god, Chemo sending in some of his own units. The fortress will be destroyed, and the next one will be easy pickings. Nora is down to 107 population, and the game gets paused. What? Ay, ay, ay. That's... don't do that in this moment. It's a pause. I've seen the chat message. It's not a resignation, but it might as well be. With this current position, Chemo is so advantaged. I'm not sure how Nora comes back. There's no one on gold. This is the gold mine position available. There's no significant trade. All these villagers will have to go there, and, well, if you're Chemo, you know where to go then. Why is the game paused? Is either of these players streaming this? I'm gonna double check, see if the game isn't just pranking me here. It very well might be. No, they're not streaming. Very few live channels actually today. I agree it's just paused, but... oh, there it is. Oh, come on. This is killing my vibe. Okay. No pause now, right? Well, Chemo is not playing suddenly, so... Seriously? Bruh. Chemo takes series 3-1. I don't know why we paused for this one. Okay. Good talk. GG. Why would you pause for that? Chemo moves on. We'll see him tomorrow. Game got bugged? Fair enough. No worries. Was just very anticlimactic because we just had a big moment with the implode and then suddenly 3-minute pause. Alright guys, that's gonna be it for the live section of the tournament, but I did promise some bug not allowing... Oh, okay. So I see. Some bug not allowing Nora to move villagers for the past 5 minutes. They're locked in place. Showed as not idle. Huh. I mean... Yeah, you'd kind of be supposed to pause it immediately if they don't move. You know, when you pause at a 2-1 population disadvantage, that's really not the right time to handle this. Didn't notice, right? I see. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. I'm not sure what we can do about it. Like, we could issue a replay for that, but... yeah, it's already when the game seemed decided from the outside perspective, right? Like, Chemo was up to 4 TC's massive advantage for him. So it would be a very unfair ruling to do that to Chemo. The next qualifier is actually next weekend, so we've got everything packed all the way through Christmas. The next 2 weeks, 2 more qualifiers, and tomorrow we'll be back with the remainder of this qualifier, going through the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the bronze match, and the finals tomorrow. Yeah, okay, I'm glad we agree on this. So now it's a matter of picking a remaining match. Let me do a quick refresh here. I'm assuming the other casters have covered pretty much everything. So there's Kuval versus Somero up for casting, and there was, I think, a request about the Gabu series. Where is that? Flames versus Kaboo. That's what I was suggested to watch. It's gonna be a 2-1. Sorry for spoilers, but we're gonna cast it. Let me see what I can do with that. Not on it today. we'll cover that. I just hope I'm gonna do it in the correct order. If the replays work. Sometimes they don't. I have no idea if this is gonna be the correct order. They weren't titled. Guys, when you submit your matches, it helps a lot when you title them. Then we can tell when they were played. And in what order. I guess I could go to the AOMGG profile. Let's do that. I'm not sure it's listing this. Custom only, and it's not picking it up. Great. That sucks. Maybe it picks it up for Gabu? Nope. Doesn't. Well, YOLO, we'll just do our best with what we've got. Let me set up this interface thing and we'll get going. Hopefully the Rex will work. I'm just having trouble figuring out what the first game was because there's no match history anywhere. Play some DM. No, not today. Too tired. Let's kick this off. First match is gonna be on. Oh, the Midgard is first. Okay. Well. Yeah, next time please title the replays in the correct way. Because between recorded game 1 and 2 and 1 brackets 0, I'm not gonna be sure which one it is. But it looks like it's reverse order then. And what's the second game? Wait. No, he's on Midgard. You uploaded 2 of the same. And no Midgard. So you would have to send it again, please. I've got the Giza one. I've got the Olympus one, but not Midgard. So I'll wait. Thanks, Flames. Don't worry, guys. We'll be getting into this in no time. Then that will be the last cast for today. Isn't Gabu like 1700? And Flames is like, I think, somewhere between 15 and 1600. That should be a pretty good match, actually. Oh, I never managed the prediction at the end there. But also nobody voted. So I'll return to 0 points. That's sad. Nobody voted. Man. At least on the MetaPlays channel, 2 people voted. So the chemo voter, that's I assume Shenla, is gonna be winning. Yeah, you won by 4%. Risking it all for 4%. That's not efficient, I think. Oh well. Alright, thank you. Now I just gotta put it in my folder. Off you go to Midgard, gamers. We're getting this done. Oh! I've been had. This is Tunison. Dude, flames. Sir. This is the wrong series. That's not the one. One more of these and I'm going offline. That's it. I'm gonna throw in the towel if the next replay is wrong. I can't do this anymore. We're hanging in there. By the way, guys, for tomorrow, I'll be creating the next signups. So keep an eye out on the MetaPlays Discord as well as the website. You'll be able to sign up to the next qualifier already. And then all the way until Friday, as the time hits midnight in the UK, you'll be able to sign up all the way until then. So that's when we lock it. Right, give this maybe a few more minutes. Otherwise, I'll just pick something else. Alright, maybe it's recorded game 5. We'll see. Oh, God. I'm just gonna clean out my replay folder. There's too many. Alright, this time we've got it. We're going to Midgard for reals this time. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Midgard. We've got a bonus series here from Wrath of the Gods. It's going to be one of the very early rounds, so just the best of 3 here. In the blue color, we've got Gabu. Playing as Hades here on Midgard. On the other side, this is Flames, who suggested we cover this. Playing as Kronos. Picking up quite a bunch of the cows on the map already. And no dock. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's going he's going all in. Oh god. Okay, well, this is definitely for our entertainment purposes. Kronos can get a super fast advance going and then bully the other guy a little bit with a nice little tempo time shift and the double free myth units. However, if our Greek player just slaps down the... No slapping. Oh, there it is. With the kitchen knife. That's a sharp one. Yeah, you just slap down your sentinels to Zom. And from there, you should be able to hold pretty much anything. Especially with your archaic hero coming out early. But right now, absolutely not in a position to do so. There's 5 people on wood, so very heavy commitment to fishing. This is going to take some time to pay for itself. So I could totally see an opportunity for Flames to go in and do some damage, pick off some villagers, get the hell out of there, and then try again. It's going to be Prometheans, by the way. Time shift should be soon enough. Wouldn't be shocked if it's in the back to take out the dock, actually. That would be brutal. Could totally see it happening. And by the way, for anyone watching this after the fact, let's say on YouTube, this is a qualifier for the main Wrath of the Gods event. So today there's $1,000 on the line, but the entirety of it is $15,000. Thanks to, in large part to Microsoft, who are sponsoring this event for us. World's Edge is the studio behind the H series. Anyway, we've got our advance, we've got our Prometheans. And the dock is just going to be deconstructed, but there's a new one coming up already. As I was saying, the sentinels are more or less keeping the base safe. The villagers will be able to gather here. They might even be able to kitchen knife fight back and let the sentinels do the work, because this is some serious firepower that our Hades player has. Counter barracks is going to be time shifted. Doesn't take too much time, so it's certainly worth it. But the second dock is already up for our Greek player. No temple, though. Are we gonna get a temple or what? That's not good. Gabu is forgetting a temple, my good lord. Okay. Now he's put one down, but he's already floated like 70 gold to get this done, plus what the villagers are carrying. So very slow advance here. And we should be seeing like an Ajax just to keep the army at bay. But that Thermal army is only going to grow, and this gold mine is definitely something that you can bully. Gotta have the kitchen knife fights. It's necessary. All the Prometheans are dead now, so the Terma, I think, are finished. They did what they could. A little bit of praying will allow Gabu to either get Vault of Erebus or his hero. We'll see which one it is. It might be both. He's keeping 2 villagers on, so it's gonna be both. Then there will be a Minotaur later. Ajax needs to be really careful not to overextend. Like, the Sentinels will be backing him up, no problem, the whole time. Ajax is my favorite. He just makes the best sounds. Valor is great here because it just saves you, the unit, from 1 HP to full. It's a pretty big deal. Villagers are all very damaged, so getting the kills should be the priority, but it's easier said than done, as another duo of Terma, 3 Terma just died. No Valor to save them this time. And Achilles will be on the way out as well. Tower upgrades are in. Yeah, Hades is just really well equipped in order to handle this. Even the Minotaur is coming towards the back now. It would have been great to see the Scout bully the Oracles a little bit. Like, they're here. Trireme is being made. That will actually keep the dock safe. It's not for any other purpose. Fun game so far. See if that Terma can be run down. Probably not by this hero. He's a little slower. But hey, if he can shank, then it would work. 3 Terma heroes, so the Minotaur has to be quite careful there. Why this spot for the temple? Should just put it back home, right? Because I do think this harassment is over. The Scout is going after the Oracle hero. Will be getting the kill at this rate. If it just keeps running home. If it was fighting, then maybe the Scout was killable, but too late now for that. Hence the movement. 5 health. Oh boy. Can it get the garrison? It's so close! Oh! It gets the garrison at 1 health. No! No, it's not getting the... Holy crap, at 1 health! Nice. Just wasn't meant to be for that Scout. Nor was it for these Terma. That's a brutal loss. And not the first by any means. Chronos player is definitely got the economy in the toilet. Can we now go up to heroic as the next question? Because no units are really being made, right? As long as there's enough food income. And now there is fishing. It should be possible to go up heroic and get a little bit of a surprise factor in. But what is that going to be? Are we talking about behemoths and Raya? I'd love to see it. I've never seen it in Retold, really. For our Greek player Gabu, we've got Labyrinth of Minos coming in, which will make those Minotaurs absolutely bonkerinos. Time to berry pick. Fishing ship still getting made, of course. Oh, the Trireme is on the case. Nice. Who would have thunk it will come in useful? Okay, Atlantis nearly have the resources to advance. But then... where's the building for it, dude? Armory's in the back. Nobody's making it. Uh-oh. That could be bad. Got a large number of biremes in the production, but only in the 1 dock. That should definitely be spread out. Get more than one at a time. And now the resources are getting spent on Murmillos, so we'll see about whether heroic is reachable. Second TC meanwhile for Gabu. He's super happy to take this. I mean, he's just in a controlling lead. And building a bigger economy is never a bad idea. Especially when you're ahead. Bull rush time. How many are we gonna get? It's already gonna be the third one. Restoration will be available, so some significant pressure on the second gold mine can be done. Gold mine doesn't have too much left, so that actually becomes very relevant very soon. No Toxotes for a Hades player so far. Guess he's scared of the Terma, but their numbers are really low, so at this point, I think it's worth thinking about. It's gonna be Hyperion for H3. But then the Greek army is at the gate. I'm not sure. This is looking rough. Really good use of the Terma heroes there, but there's 2 Minotaurs where that came from. Peace in the base. Easy heroic for our Greek. And if that gets done, Curse is gonna annihilate the next army, and then the gold mine location is very winnable. Is this the one we're going for? Sneak the far gold? Well, the Greek player will have villagers there too, and the army. So it's very possible now to just trap every single citizen on the map. As soon as this is spotted. Palace is getting brought up here, but there's some sneaky Greek villagers. I mean, there's a universe where this palace does go up. There's enough support to hold it somehow. It's not this universe though. I just don't see it. Even if these villagers all get caught by like 5-6 Murmillo, and the location gets defended with like chaos and whatnot, then maybe Flames has a chance. Not much of one, but a chance. Well, Curse should be going down here, then there's Restoration to deal with. This is not much of an army anymore. The Hoplites and Minos will be running down those Chiroballista, no issue at all. I'm sure there's free... Okay. Okay, the Chaos is great, and the Satyr are working on the army from a distance. But still, the Greek army is just too strong, and Restoration still wasn't used, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of a disaster. The Murmillo are too low in number to really do anything about the gold mine. Although that was a good catch there. Citizens are now starting to die, and I think this game has just heavily swung in the favor of Gabu. There's a Restoration as well. Suddenly no units are dying. There's a stun on top of everything, and oh, the Greek army is at full health now. Oof, that's rough. Heavy infantry has come in, and the Toxotes are also medium. I just don't see a way back into this for Flames. But the villager kills as well, coming right in. The TC grab would have been nice a little bit earlier. Now it's one of those things where the hoplites find it and this gets destroyed and the villagers get killed. So you gotta be really careful with that stuff. That's gonna be the fate of the palace first. Toxotes should see this. So I'm surprised that Gabu isn't going for it. There's plenty of citizens here to try and repair the palace, but they can't out-repair this much damage. Not even close. Especially if they get stunned, of course. That's rough. Every single villager will be dead. And then the TC's next. Oof. Brutal. $170 population to 110. It's going to be nearly impossible to bring this back without gold mines, without anything, without a bigger army. And a Greek player that's essentially starting to save up for Mythic momentarily. Just a few more units and it's really just resources directly into the bank. Further villager kills are coming down and that should really be game right there. I think we can fast forward. There's no hope. You don't need to. There was no hope there. Hey, I win. Look at that. Yeah, just a crazy code to death ratio. It really carried the game. Hey Flames, what was the second game? What map? Because I've got the Rex, but I don't know what's next. So I need that info to kick this off. Otherwise, I just randomly pick one if you're not here. Giza, thank you. I think you already told me. I've just got a memory of a goldfish. All right, I'm in there. Just gotta do a flip of the scoreboard and give Kubu the point. Let's go. Then you guys to Giza. Welcome to Giza, everybody. We've got a Freyr game, one that I haven't gotten to cast in today's event so far. So that's going to be played by Gabu, and on the other side, playing as the red Gaia, this is Flames. You'll no doubt see the early upgrades already. Pickaxe is done. No doubt hand axe is coming in momentarily. You've got a little bit of a drop-off sharing between the wood and the gold villagers here. And the good old hunting pull. So Gabu is definitely being highly efficient here in the early game. It's really nice stuff. We even got a little bit of a goat scout checking the back of the base. It's very important as Atlantean because you're gonna want to scout forward locations first. As towards the classical age, people will attack your scouts. So you're gonna want to pull them back home. Hide them around your base. Use the towers as cover. But you still get some extra line of sight from them when they're not attacked. So that's great. As far as the relics go here on Giza, we've got the Ankh of Ra for a little bit of extra favor. We've got the Scarab Pendant for stronger siege weapons. Hesia's Harv will reduce the training time of villagers. And Kopesh of Horus will add more bonus against myth units for heroes. The map overall is pretty high on hunt. There's a lot of good spots here, but some of the spots are pretty small. There's always the big animals near town center, so it's always very worth it to consider grabbing a town center, but also the map is quite open depending on the spawn. Sometimes you get these enormous cliffs in the middle even, and they just basically cut the map in half. Other times you get these small ones at the edges and nobody cares. So this one really doesn't have an impact, right? Like when you trade, I guess it's gonna push the trade to the front a little bit, but other than that, it's a pretty straightforward setup. Alright, the tempo's up and we're gonna... Whoa! One of the problems with replays casting is that the mouse cursor moving at the edge of the map is just gonna fly. Don't know if it's that... if it's the player settings taking over or the game just doing that, but I try to stay away from it. We got Uller coming in, we've got Oceanus coming in. So nothing unexpected here. Hesia's Harv is picked up for the Atlantean villagers. It's a pretty big deal for these guys, because they have a really long train time anyway. And getting that reduced is always nice. The two heroes will be coming over to build the town center. They do so a little bit faster than regular villagers. Do we have that in the tooltip here? I think not. That's too bad. I think you only get to see how long is left, yeah. Gabu always very considerate with how he hunts. But with Norse it doesn't matter too much as long as you don't get idling villagers like that. Oh, that just happened by itself. It's very annoying. Point is, I wanted to say that you can take your ox cart right next to your villagers no matter where you go. So it's pretty easy to sort this out with the Norse. Hillfort is going to be just slapped down in the main base in order to protect the villagers, the dwarves in particular. But there would be an argument against the 2TC Gaia to fortify the front base, where you're gonna either take a town center here, like put the fortress here, get the town center, get the gold mine, and keep a lot of your main gold mine available for later as a retreat. I think that's a play, guys. I think that's a play. We're gonna have a lot of berserks getting queued up as well. This is a berserk kind of Freyr play. We'll see how that goes. It can be fairly easily matched with Murmillo. Which is exactly what we're going to be seeing. Channels is also getting researched, which increases unit speed on Lush by a little bit, so every little bit counts. Was it 15? Yeah, 15%. That's huge. What a super defensive build. But it's really to pump out berserks. Wait, berserks and throwing axe? Okay, a little bit of both. Of course, don't forget that with Freyr, all your upgrades are super cheap, right? They also take longer to research, but they're super cheap. So you can get them early on, kind of like Gaia does with her economic upgrades. But for Freyr, it's every technology. Quite a lot of benefit. Oh. This is where the medium infantry is being researched. Can't you do it in the Asgardian hill fort? I think that would have been fine. Manor's gonna be destroyed rather quickly here. That will population block in the normal game, but already Flames has another one. So this is gonna be just fine. Down to 70. Doesn't need to urgently rebuild it. I think it was mostly there for the Lush. Not a whole lot of units just yet, but we're getting there. It's a pretty good aggressive Freyr play. Which is rare to see because Freyr is so much better on defense and macroing up and getting a lot of stuff done. I like seeing the early Huskal as well, just in addition to everything else. They're not the cheapest, but certainly good stats. And will be super useful against these Terma. Best part is they come from a god power, not a building that you pay for yourself. Eventually, these Murmillo have got to get serrated swords, right? And then get to do their bleeding damage. Hopefully outscale the Berserks. And even if they get on top of the throwing axeman, all that bleeding damage will add up. Especially if you've got Caladria to heal them. It's very difficult for Norse in Classical to deal with Caladria because, well, your throwing axes are limited in number. And they have to deal with all this massive healing bursts. But those Murmillo for now are just basic. They don't have serrated swords. Carnivora starts attacking, but too slowly. Still a bunch of pretty good pickoffs are happening. The citizens are getting picked off here. Nice little raid there with the second group. Jogger bites the dust. His research was getting finished as well. I'm not super sure if that's worth it at this moment because Heroic Age is so close. You might as well just save your favor and get Rock Giants, right? I think that should be the play. Really good use of the Huskar going after the Terma. It's just not going to be particularly easy to go after the throwing axemen. So I really like this position that Gabu is in. But what happened with all his he just spent all his resources on something. Where's his gold? He had some gold a while back, but I guess he bought a lot of Huskar and now he doesn't have gold. Oh, he bought a town center? Oh, no, you can't. You cannot do that against Gaia at this point. You're too close to heroic at 10, 12 minutes. Usually Gaia players will hit it even with a heavier Classical Age play. So now you're going to be looking at a Faya advance here from Flames. A ton of military barracks, of course. And then Contarius. Contarius is going to be his new middle name, in fact. I'll be spamming them out like there's no tomorrow. The throwing axemen are terrible against them. The Huskar are not good against them. With their only 10% hack armor. So they're gonna melt. And there's barely any berserks. So how are you gonna stop those? I think mostly just not gonna stop those, really. Gabu is gonna go up heroic himself through Aegir as predicted. And finally, starting pickaxe and hand axe. Those should have been there from the get-go, pretty much. You can get them in Archaic. Right, so you might as well. A second Asgardian. Ooh. He got the research, didn't he? To reduce the cost of the additional Asgardian hill forts. So this would secure the spot. But is that actually enough to hold on against the tide of Contarius? Because right now, Poseidon's Secret is coming in, Heavy Cavalry is coming in, Arcus are coming in as well. And we're gonna see a Palace for Flames. And you know, when you make the mobile units against infantry, what an opportunity that is to jump to Mythic later and get the Implode in. Already, flat control is being researched, so these farmers are gonna go to town pretty damn hard. Putting some of these villagers onto the farm tasks would be also pretty nice, leading to a faster Mythic Age. But the Rock Giant certainly is going to be annoying, so you do need some firepower to take him out. Ideally some heroes, rather than just myth units. But for a moment here, there's going to be peace. The Orcus are looking for some trouble, but trouble is exactly what they're gonna get. Need to wait for more Cantarius. Yeah, the second tree is in. So now there's at least 4 Dryads. And more are being made as well. It's a great way to spend the resources to get the full pop, and then you just save the rest for Mythic. Don't have to necessarily engage here. What I don't like though is just 10 farmers. That should be higher. Definitely too much wood right now. And you know, you can just get your favor spent on a little bit of Gaia forests. And then you can afford much fewer wood people. Neither player looking to attack, understandably so. The larger this army is for our Norse player, the better the performance of Tempest is going to be. So that's something to keep in mind. It's kind of like Lightning Storm. It will look for individual units to damage. I think this is a great fight starting to unfurl here. The Rock Giant has done a great job of taunting these Cantarius, and now we've got Tempest coming in, blasting every single unit, slowing them down significantly, and feeding them into the meat grinder. The villagers are now under attack, and suddenly the Atlantean population should be more or less collapsing. But so far so good. I think this is intensifying, however. A lot of the units are now frozen, no longer contributing to the fight. The population remains more or less equal. The birds are working away at the Rock Giant as well. And now the Dryads should be able to join the fight soon enough. Arcus will be picking off the remaining Norse infantry. Flames is doing pretty well here, man. That surprised me. Like, he kind of sat through the Tempest, right? But I guess his units are numerous enough that he was able to just do that. Even losing a bunch of villagers wasn't a huge issue, as he's got a ton more gold gathering, maybe even too much. But you know, you make a market and that mythic jump is totally viable. Oh, I forgot the fact that he was on Lush. All these guys were regenerating, that's right. And he's propagating the Lush with the economic goals. I love it. It's so good. There'll be much more healing here. Fixing the economy a little. Just need more farmers, really. And then for Gabu, well, he kind of stopped making units. He's not gathering food anymore. No idea what happened there. But without food units, you're not going to take this on. Very slow farm transition is very slowly going on. So, by all means, what I expect here is Flames just crushes through these buildings, right? That should be what happens next. But nothing's ever guaranteed. Atlas is coming through. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know how you stop that. Once Implode is in, so much damage should be happening right here in the middle of the fight. Golem Bursty tanks in the town center, of course. We'll be forcing the Atlantean army far away from this. And even on the way out, they're gonna get oinked a little bit. Woo! Sends them flying a little bit. That's an ouchie. Oh my god! Oh my god! All the dwarves are getting wrecked. That was a great raid right there. My goodness. There's another one! Wow, these dwarves were not ready for this. The Golem Bursty is still here for 18 seconds, so you gotta be really careful with engaging that thing. But you know, you run away on the Lush, your units regenerate a little bit. Don't have to fight this directly. Still 7 seconds left 2.5 speed on the poor Golem Bursty. And back he goes to where he came from. And Mythic is nearly done. Such a long research time. Such a long research time, ladies and gentlemen. But all these Arcus and Quintarius are just such a menace here. Not a good location for Implode, by the way. We'll need to find a much better spot for that. But meanwhile, we've got a great raid on the main. Once again, there is no farming going on for Gabu. So he's going for all the wood units. Quintarius crushing the back line and will be coming in from both sides at this point. How does Gabu hold, if at all? He's down to 71 population versus 180. I think the time has come for Flames to do whatever the hell he wants. He's up 2-1 in score. 30,000 versus 17,000, not even. Ay, ay, ay. Where's all the population? I don't get it. 78 military. Flames does win that one. I want to see the army. Where is it? Were we looking at it? Is that's not 78 population. There was no raid here. I don't get it. I guess there were a bunch of units out here. Was there something garrisoned? No. Oh. Okay, the birds and the Caladria. Fair enough, fair enough. That would have been nice in the main fight. But a solid victory here for Flames. Not hugely ahead in the kill death, but good enough to put it away, especially with how messed up the economy was for Gabu. Hey boy, thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. We're heading into the very last game for today. I'm just catching up on some replays that were requested in the chat. So Flames here suggested I cover his games as the bonus round, and that's exactly what we're doing. Hope you had a great day. I had an okay one. A bit of an internet disconnection that was brutal, but we recovered for the most part. So guys, on to the last match we go. We're gonna be hitting Mount Olympus. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mount Olympus it is. Blue color, playing as Odin. This is Gabu. And on the other side, in the red color, playing as Uranus. This is Flames. Let's get it on. Mount Olympus is one of those maps where, well, you've got a whole lot of cliffage, right? Like the edges of the map are basically just cut off, and you've got these thin corridors leading you to relics. So let's take a look at the relics. That's probably the feature of the map. There's 6 of them. So the Eye of Horus, for example, gives you population space for town centers. Then we've got Raya's Crown, which makes town centers cheaper. That's a good mix, actually, if discovered. We've got the Nose of the Sphinx, excuse me. For stronger buildings, that's a really good mix, putting all those 3 together. Bridle of Pegasus, fantastic for scouting, fantastic for helping you find these relics, as it gives you a free Pegasus every now and then. Then we've got a Charon's Obol, which will return resources for your dead villagers. Very useful. Although you don't want to lose villagers even with this. We've also got the Osseberg Wagon. Great for late game, as you can actually set up a good trade route on this map if you just go for the most distant little nook that you can and then connect it to a town center on the far side. I think that should be okay, if not perfectly ideal. The tight roads are never great for caravans, but as long as it's maintained in a decent way and everyone goes in a line, it should be okay. Osseberg Wagon gives caravans speed and a cost reduction. Now we've got the age up already coming in for our Uranus player with Oceanus, which will supposedly be all about the good old Murmillo raids, as well as Caladria support, keeping those boys alive for a long time. Tempo's down for our Odin, and Freya is going to be the H2 pick, so completely standard stuff. Scouting around the map with the Ravens, of course. You're not going to worry too much about that Pegasus relic I mentioned earlier, but if you're Flames, I think you're going to think about it. Of course, Uranus is very interested in hunting early on, especially if you're going to go for the Murmillo place. So getting a single villager out there, connecting your main base with the Sky Passage, allowing your hunters to immediately swap over without walking time, is fantastic for efficiency and also for safety and for gather rates. So kind of the whole package in one. Uranus gets a good economy because of this. Not as good as Gaia's with all the economic upgrades that you can access early on, but it's still like something worth mentioning, you know? And of course later the tactical place available through just sheer army mobility is something for Uranus' opponents to respect. Speaking of mobility, you're gonna want a bunch of raiding cavalry as Norse. Hopefully not going into Murmillo armies though. What you can do though with the raiding cav is be in multiple locations and use speed to your advantage. Pick off the oracles at the very least and get something done that way. This Valkyrie, looking for damage, is idling at least some of the villagers. So, the new ones coming out with the town center will be just going to wood. These guys can hunt or come back. Whatever. It all works. Raiding cav, raiding cav. The only unit that exists. Don't even think about throwing axemen. These Herseers have been generating favor for quite some time. If they can pick off the oracles, then even better. If they can find some relics, then even better. Let's see what they can do. Now, the raiding cav, the Herseer, and the Valkyrie are all gonna join in on this. And the Valkyrie already getting started on the Sky Passage. A little bit ambitious, that one, I think. It's probably not gonna go down, but maybe you can surround the villager if you're absolutely perfect about it. That didn't happen. But hey, the Sky Passage can be destroyed. Its resources are now denied. That's 8 favor. Not nothing. And the hunting is denied. And you can kill the animals, getting you some extra favor. Should absolutely do it. It's allowed in the rules, guys. You should absolutely do it. Has Magic already played? Yodesla covered him, so I'm not gonna do it. Nobody covered this game, so I was very happy to. But yes. Magic will have played in the top half of the ladder. You can search it up in the brackets. Got one of the relics now. The Bridle of Pegasus. That's the least important relic. That's the least important one. But it's okay. Right, we're gonna see a bunch of Catapulties getting added because, well, they're just better against cavalry than Murmillo would be. Not by much, but they're definitely better. I mean, Murmillo are really pretty good with their 40% hack armor, but these guys get the bonus damage, you see? So they may be less tanky, but they can get the job done just fine. And they're faster. Second town center coming in for our Odin player, to my great surprise. The hunting crew just can't be left alone. But they have the sky passage back up. So they'll be gathering nonetheless. Heard a market coming up for our Norse player. I was checking flames to see if he has one, but not even close. No armor even, so we'll be in the classical age for a longer time. And maybe this is a good spot to use Shockwave. Get those villager kills secured. Because there's already quite a bit of damage dealt to these. You can even slow down the town center with the Shockwave. And Carnivora might actually deliver the killing blows to it. Oh my god. Oh, Gabu is in trouble, guys. This is really bad. He needs to cancel this as soon as possible, because otherwise you lose the resources. Can't afford that. Good thing you can't heal the Carnivora, right? That would be something. Ooh, the TC is getting so weak. The Valkyrie is getting so weak. And of course, the Murmillo hero is receiving a lot of healing, so he's just holding on to dear life. But dear life is over for now. Ooh, one of the cav gets eaten, but so does the town center. That's not coming up. And behind this, honestly, Flames can do whatever the hell he wants at this point. This is very well done. Look at that, Gabu gets barely any resources back now. He's wanting to pump out a ton of longhouses because he's wanting to essentially get throwing Axemen out. And meanwhile, this one is back, so we could be seeing a huge amount of hunting once again. Well, actually, there's not much left here in terms of huntables. But there's this spot. Definitely a good one to go for. Should Flames just leave Gabu alone, or do you pressure this location with the dwarves? I think it's a lot of dwarves, so it might be a little risky. But there's also like no Norse units. Njord is gonna be the next move, and as long as Flames is ready to convert some heroes, then what's the issue with that? There's no issue with that, right? Carnivore are gonna keep eyes on this, or whatever it has to sense things. Oh, I didn't enter the score. I do apologize. Yes, Flames did win the game already. So we're 1-1. Oh, the villagers are not looking. I don't enter the score. The villagers don't care to save their own lives. Okay, that's rough. This whole location is now very possible to bully. The cavalry are getting bonked by the bonk sticks. The Murmillo can still cause throwing Axemen to bleed. It's not much, but it's certainly something. The trees are angry. Why on that forest? Of all the places, it's the most distant forest. And meanwhile, the dwarves are getting wrecked. All the gold people. Oh no. Is Flames even gonna need to convert his units into here? Why are these trees not moving? Gabu! Oh no. He's choking it. That's an ouch. Right there. Flames is more than happy to just trade against dwarves. Sacrificing the units into that. For the extra few kills that he can get. He's already up 50 civilian population to 24. What more could you possibly want? He's going up heroic behind this. And all he needs is more unit production buildings, because he's making like 4 catapulties apiece at once. That should be simultaneous, not from one building, right? Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's 3 more dwarf kills, maybe 4. Don't tell me it's 5. Jesus. Oh my god, it's 5, it's 6! Ha 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 ha! Those murmillos. They're crazy. They're literally going to town there. So is Santa Claus over here. But it should be easy enough to just get some heroes out, right? Surely. Convert a bunch of these units, get some Arcus out in the heroic age. I mean, ideally get some heroes now. But there's no food. Where the food? I guess there's some food out there. Terma getting picked off. It's actually not looking that good for Flames when it comes to the defense, but he's heroic. He can pump out the Arcus. Those will hold. Certainly a bunch of buildings can be taken down. That's not going to be an issue for Gabu. But his economy is in the toilet. He's not made any new villagers because he was advancing. Right? And then he still didn't make villagers. Lost almost all his dwarves. That's not something you recover from easily because they themselves cost gold. Alright, now we should see a few Arcus heroes and then deal done. Can't shoot the Pegasus down, guys. It's moving. Dodges every single shot with that. Where are they going? Picking off the reinforcements, not a bad idea, but as long as the throwing action move at maximum range, they will absolutely not be hit. So that's something to consider there. More dead vills. Oh my god, here. Yeah. That's crazy. Odin is just not allowed to have villagers. That's the rules. Gotta follow them. Oh god. It's a carnivora. He's gonna probably eat the calf. That's rough. Meanwhile, the Arcus have pretty much killed everything. There's very, very few units left. And of course, Flames is making new ones. Gold Star has been completed, ladies and gentlemen. Gabu is not mining from anything at this point. A bit of a dumpster fire right there. 22 civilian population to 56. I do think though that Flames is allergic to heroes. He just doesn't want them in his army. He had one Murmillo hero this entire game. Kills the entirety of Walking Woods with human units. Okay, there we go. So much easier, right? When you have it. That's gonna be a Flames victory. Congratulations. Moved on to the next round right there. Won most categories. Thanks for suggesting the games. Yeah, guys, thank you very much for joining me. Grass is asking what that was. That was the bonus round match. So I just went back, took some replays, and covered them. And Flames suggested that I check out his games. I was happy to do it. And this way, we got in an extra cast for a series that wasn't live anymore. It was from earlier in the tournament, but nonetheless, got to cover it. So you guys had some extra stuff to watch. Alright, I think I'll be calling it here now. So what I'd like you guys to do is to please go to the MetaPlays channel, because I'm right now multi-streaming on my personal channel as well as the Meta Place channel. Now, the Meta Place one is actually going to be pretty important going forward. I won't always be doing this, as I like to funnel viewership to the Meta Place one in the future, because we'll be hosting several exclusive AOM events, of course. So please do check that out, guys. We're currently a combined chat, but in the future, I'll be just using the Meta Place channel to directly handle everything. And yeah, that won't be the Wrath of the Gods event. Like, for this one, maximizing the viewership is what really matters, because Microsoft is supporting us. So, let me do a shout out for MetaPlace RTS, so you can very quickly hit a follow button there in my personal chat. Please do that. And if you're watching on my personal YouTube again, then also please head to the MetaPlace YouTube to check that out. We'll be hosting several standalone events in the coming year. So very much appreciate if you guys check that out. That is where you'll be able to catch them, not on my personal channel. So just something to keep in mind. All right, so that will be, again, in January. Thinking about $1,000 for that one. Well, we're operating in pounds, so pounds, actually. We'll see you guys there. But for now, it's Wrath of the Gods time. Tomorrow as well. So I'll be back with the same setup. And I'll be joined with Iron Maiden tomorrow. So we'll be casting together in the later rounds of this event today. We haven't picked the games out yet, but let's take a look what's on offer. So we've got Magic versus Ulysses, Matchius versus Chemo, this is not refreshed, Kvoth versus Zakalo, Grass and Groom versus Soup. So some pretty good series here. There's going to be all those, then the semifinals, then the bronze match, which I'll actually treat as my bonus cast at the very end, and the finals. All best of fives, except the bronze round is a best of three. So that's all for tomorrow's program. Boyd and Yodesla will be co-casting as well, so please check them out. Also, they're all tagged in the Twitch title, so please do check that out. And for the YouTube live stream crew, I'm now dumping my link as well for the MetaPlace YouTube. Please head over there and subscribe. Cool. That's going to be all the shout outs today, guys. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow with the crew. Bye-bye.